Yeah, hey! Yoo-hoo! Hello! This is it. The late night live stream, the late night UK live stream, that is. It's late night UK time I'm referring to. Quite obviously enough, as you know, as per live stream titling and all that, and all the rest of things. But here we are, going live once again. Here we are. Oh yes, here we are. Yeah. Who have we got in here? Heather, hello. Gosh, you were the first one to comment in here. Well, the first one, well, live comment, that is. There were a few comments earlier on, but it was before the live happened. But they'll possibly be back earlier on. But Herman, he's UK, England based, and I think he and his Budgie Birchie, I think they've probably fallen fast asleep and all that. But Zeph, I think she's probably got things to do, but I certainly could be wrong, but never mind. But she commented in a moment ago. And hello, Nebula. Nebula, I had seen your comment, and Heather, I'd seen your comment too on the video I did, representing something extremely special that happened in recent times, as both of you know, because of me opening up and representing it. I had seen your comments. I'm sorry I've not replied as of yet, but I will reply eventually. I certainly am, Nebula, yes, but why not? Give it a go. Danette and Anthony did it, and so why not me give it a try? You know, I watched the live stream and I'm like, I'd like to give me some of that or have a good go at that. And Dave Bryan, hello to Dave Bryan. Quick hello, yes, quick hello to you. Hello, hello, hello to you. Yes, and it's lovely to see you too, Nebra, and it's lovely seeing you as well, Heather, and of course Dave Bryan as well. House coat, this is a dressing gown actually. But thank you, and my pajamas because of the late night live stream. Think it would work well for the late night live and all that. Wait a moment, I need to keep Cheers, everybody. Call it a house coat in Canada. I didn't realize dressing gowns were known as house coats. I didn't realize that, but thank you, Heather. Thank you for telling me. You're so lovely, aren't you, Nebula? You're truly lovely, aren't you? You're always lovely, as is Heather. And all that. You know. I think Nebula's England-based, Heather, to tell you all things, and all that, but never mind, never mind. I'll probably try and beat the record like last time. I think I'll try and beat the record of how long I did the last live stream, being that for this one. The last live stream I went on nearly 3.5 hours, and it really surprised my friend Bill how long I did it for. But I'm probably going to try and beat this one. I may even aim to go as far as 4 hours. But fortunately, I've got a drink so that if I lose functionality and things, mental scaffolding and functionality, I've got a drink so that I can keep the stamina levels up and all that. You know. Oh, thank you, Heather. I mean, who wouldn't? You know, a nice big hug, a nice big cozy hug is always a nice emotional medicine and all that. You're in Sidcup in Kent. That was where Roald Dahl's illustrator was born, Quentin Blake. He was born in Sidcup in Kent, believe this or not. He's still alive as of now. Well, but he's a very old man now, but he's still alive, as far as I remember. Yes, he is still alive, but he's over 90. He's in his 90s now, but he's still alive. Kent is where Dover is in County Kent, Heather, yes. White Cliffs of Dover, yes. That is completely true, and I've been to Dover quite a great few times. And believe this or not, Heather, Dover was where my mother was born. She was born in Dover, in Kent, believe this or not. My mother was born there. And, but it wasn't an easy birth that my grandmother Margaret had with her, because I think they both had to stay in hospital quite a bit or so. I mean, she couldn't leave hospital within a day or two after she gave birth to my mother in the Dover hospital, my grandmother Margaret. But that was where my mother was born, in Dover. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for saying my mother looks beautiful. You know, my mother did want to say thank you for saying that she looked beautiful. Thank you. No, and even a lot of people said, it wasn't just Heather who said that my mother looked beautiful, but other viewers and other friends of mine said she looked beautiful. And one of my friends said that my mother looks like Sade, the singer. Nutmeg, hello! Lovely Nutmeg is on. Hello, hello, hello to you always. Hello. Yes, do give a resoundingly large hello to our Nutmeg. Please do that. Do that if you can. Thank you always. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. See when we can do it. Oh, howdy, howdy, Zev. Howdy, howdy. Oh, lots of hugs always. And good evening, Arbita. Lots of hugs to you always, Nutmeg and Zeph. You know, as they're always a nice emotional medicine, aren't they? You know. I was, well, it does actually. Can I tell you something, Nutmeg? Doing a late night live stream, it has a tiring side effect, you know. But fortunately, this is the last late night live stream for August of 2024 until the next time I do one. I do not know when I'm next going to do a late night live stream, but it's certainly going to be the future, the late night live streams on a sporadically done basis. That is, Nutmeg, but fortunately not regularly. Just to say. Oh, thank you for your kind endearment towards Zeph, Heather. Thank you. Of course, you know she has the German Shepherd dogs, the great big huge German Shepherd dogs, like how Hutch has got a great big huge German Shepherd. Yes, do give a resoundingly large hello to lovely Zeph. Do give a resoundingly large hello to Zeph. Sorry, I need to sip a drink again. It's our cowgirl Zeph, who has an affinity for wearing a cowgirl hat and cowgirl boots and all that, as far as I'm certain. Not only do the Hutches have a German Shepherd, Nutmeg, my friends Hutch and Mel, who have a German Shepherd, huge German Shepherd, who's around about 40, 50 odd kilos in weight, something like that. So really a big heavy boy, something like, you know, to describe it. One of my friends had a German Shepherd at one point, but unfortunately, well, he died a long time ago. But I think her German Shepherd sadly died, as far as what she did tell me. But my friends had German Shepherds at one point, and she loved them dearly. Hello to you, Janet. Hello to you. Thank you, Nebula. Thank you for your kind endearment towards Janet. Thank you. Thank you. You're going trail riding next Monday and Tuesday. Is this on a Texan horse, Zev? Gonna go... Yeah! On a Texas horse! Hope you enjoy that. Heather, I never could have known you loved horseback riding. I never could have thought you enjoyed horseback riding. I wouldn't enjoy riding a horse, I'm afraid. Horse riding's not for me. No, I'm afraid not. But never mind. Never mind. Some of us have an affinity for horse riding, some of us don't, and that's just the way it is. But would I personally ride a horse? No, I would not, sadly. Never mind. You had a German Shepherd in your teens. She was called Storm, Storm Lady. My friend, one of her late German Shepherds was called Storm, who lived to be just over 12 and a half. But that's a nice name for a dog, Storm, Storm Lady, you know, and all the rest of it, and so forth. But very interesting learning you had a German Shepherd in your teens. Oh, German Shepherds are beautiful. They certainly are. Huge as they may well be, they're beautiful. But Sonia, my friend Sonia, who's based over in Sunderland in County Tyne and Wear, she has a female German Shepherd, and huge as she may well be, she's very, very loving, her German Shepherd. Yes, I mean, huge as Sonia's German Shepherd may well be, do be assured she's a very loving German Shepherd dog. I didn't know you loved horses. This is something new I've learned from you, Heather. Little did I know you loved horses. No, really, I didn't know that. And so forth, you know. I always knew that you loved all things British and all that. And something that my mother and I would envy you for, Heather, was when you excelled in modeling back in your high school days, you know. But I never could have thought you had an affinity for it. But very well done that you actually got into it. No, really well done you got into it. My mother and I wouldn't have been able to get into it, I'm afraid. But even though somebody did suggest that I model one day, that was when I weighed 130 pounds back in those days. But we couldn't, my mother and I couldn't, she couldn't model, Heather, no. Can I tell you why? Unlike you, who actually got into it, my mother couldn't, because I did say to my mother what a friend of my grandmother's suggested to me. And she said, you wouldn't be able to model. I was like, why is that? And she said, we wouldn't be tall enough. And I was like, oh, really? I said, why is that? He said, for a female, you have to be 5'9" or taller. And for a male, you have to be about 6 foot and over to model. Whereas my mother and I, we're not 5'9". We're both shorter than that, sadly, because we're 5'8" and 5'6", respectively, and we couldn't model. Unless they'd lowered the height requirements, then yes, we'd probably be able to get in. Well, I mean, I don't know, it's possible, but, you know, there we are. But there we are. Really? Oh, okay. I didn't realize you have to be now a certain height to model. But obviously, at your time, it would have been different in your high school day, obviously. But I didn't realize my mother, a 5'6" woman, could model, because she actually did personally tell me that neither one of us would be tall enough to model. Is this in regard to modeling that you're referring to, Nebula? Because that's what Heather was talking about and all that. And Clover, hello to Clover in Michigan. Hello to you. We were talking horses, and I think, as far as I'm remotely certain, don't you have an interest in models and all that? Hello to Martin. They need all types of models now. I even did a toothpaste commercial once, and they only saw your face. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. I thought you only modelled at the time of your high school days, Heather, but because I remembered you saying, because you were tall enough to do it, you were able to excel with modelling, you know. So that was why I'd say my mother and I would envy you, because we wouldn't have been able to get in. But your son would have easily been able to get in at the time of your high school day, but there we are. I'm not always nocturnal, no, but can I tell you somebody, UK-based that is, where she's based over in Wales, I could tell you somebody who really is a well and true night owl. To tell you something, Martin. What was I gonna... Oh, yes. Martin, speaking of you saying that I'm nocturnal, well, the friend I know who's a well and true night owl, she's based over in Wales. That's Michelle Pope in Wales. She's a well and true night owl, to tell you all things, Martin. So, and I remembered I received a comment from her and I was asleep by the time she'd commented. And I said, sorry, I didn't reply sooner. I was asleep. And then she got back to me and she said, you've come to realize I'm quite a night owl and all that. That's true, Nutmeg. Yes, before, to be a policeman in the UK, you had to be a certain height. But now you can do it at any height, you know. That was years ago, until the height requirement was dropped. Really? Wow. Gosh. You even modelled into your 20s. Gosh. That is quite astonishing, Heather. Wow. You taught dressage, Clover. How interesting. Are rockets models, Heather? I mean, are rockets models? I never could have thought they'd be models, but you're saying they were beautiful. And since you said they're beautiful, I'm guessing they're models. You know. Oh, they're dance. Rockets are famous dance sign. Oh, okay. Thank you, Zeph. Thank you for telling me. Oh, they're dancers, not models. Okay, thank you, Heather. I would have thought they were models, but there we are. And all that. Is there a height requirement to be a rocket? I didn't know that. No, I really didn't. Your aunt was a model in the 60s. How interesting. How very interesting. Hello, Herman. I saw your comment in the earlier. No, I know that, Nebula. I actually did know that. I truly did know that. Oh, really? There's a height requirement to be a dancer, a rocket dancer. I didn't know that, Zeph. You dreamed of being a rocket, Nutmeg? Oh, gosh. Rockets are in a dance line for some uniformity. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't realize. Wait a moment. I'll look something up quickly and I'll get back to you all. Apparently, as of now, rockets need to be anywhere between 5'5" and 5'10.5". But in the past, they had to be about 5'6" or 5'11" in the past. So apparently, you could not be a short rocket. To tell you all things, you're on your second. You're on your second bottle of prosecco. So, in terms of rocket, Martin would not have been able to been a rocket in the past because he's only a 5'5" man. But he's not as short as David because David, my best friend, he's 5'4". You're talking a short man. To tell you all things, a 5'4" with a varied weight of 148, 154 pounds. Well, 154 pounds is my weight, which equates to 11 stone, as I'd said before, because it's 14 pounds every stone and all that. But you're not on a horse round. Well, if you drank a bottle of Prosecco riding on a horse, Martin, you'd fall off because you'd lose consciousness when you're riding. Beautiful moon, full moon lights. No, it really does, Heather. Every time I've seen a full moon, it truly lights the nighttime sky, yes. The horse would take you. Well, that's if you're drunk, if you drank Prosecco but you're conscious, then you'd be able to ride the horse back home, Zeph. But if you were unconscious after drinking a Prosecco riding a horse, there's a chance you could fall off, to tell you all things. Hello, Alice. Hello to you, Alice. Alice, I had seen your comment. I'm sorry I've not replied. I will reply before too long. It was a super moon last night and a blue moon to boot. Interesting. Yes, very interesting. I remembered you saying before, Clover, yes, because you're half a foot shorter than I am. Because 5'2" and 5'8", that's half a foot height difference. So you'd also be shorter than that of Martin and David, and shorter than my friend Jonathan, who's 5'10" of height. You know, and you'd also be shorter than Heather, believe this or not, Heather, who, as a result of her 5'9" height, she excelled in modelling in her youth. Hello to Baxter. Hello to you. Hello to you. Martin, thank you for your friendliness towards Heather. Heather and I, we go back a long time. I mean, I've known Heather for a good 4 years now. And I mean, really, I'm very fortunate to be friends with Heather, and I'm fortunate to be associated with her and her much loved son, who she's and who does mean a lot to her. I thought you said you were 5'5", Martin. I remembered you saying that before. I never could have thought you were 5'9", because you once explicitly said to me that you're a short 5'5" man, which is shorter than me. But if you were 5'9", you'd be taller than I am. To tell you odd things. That is. Oh, Zeph, thank you for your Thanks for your friendliness towards Alice. Thank you. No, really, thank you. No, you said this to me before. Thank you. Yes, and you said to me before that I look quite like your son. I remembered you saying this to me before. No, but I am sorry hearing that your son can experience racism. I am sorry hearing that. No, racism is not good. You never wanted to be a rocket. Hello, Harriet. Hello to you. But you aspire to be a boogate dancer. Oh gosh, Heather. Well, Heather was on. She's a mod, and she was on. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for your friendliness towards Harriet. Thank you. Oh, Alice, thank you for your friendliness towards Heather, Nutmeg, Martin, and Harriet. Thank you. Really, you're 5'9" of height, Martin. I very honestly remember you saying that you were shorter than that. But thank you for correcting me all the same. You've not got a waistline. You've got. I remember once you said you were only 5'5" of height, Martin, but interesting learning you're taller than that. But were you pulling my leg when you said you were only 5'5" of height? No, he's got a brilliant sense of humor, Martin does. Don't worry, Harriet, I wouldn't be too naughty. Naughty boy as I may well be for doing a late night live, but I don't know if that would be naughty enough to warrant you or Jodie to put me in a naughty corner and all that and so forth. But don't worry, Harriet. One thing I've not done, I have not gone back to Waitgate, because as we both agreed, it went too far, Waitgate, to tell everybody odd things. Harriet is funny, isn't she, Nutmeg? Yes, you said before, Heidi, yes. You said you were petite, 5'1" of height, yes. That's shorter than my grandmother Anne, who's 5'2". Well, both my grandmothers are very short. My grandmother Anne is 5'2", and my grandmother Margaret is 5'3". My cats are sleeping, Martin. They're fast asleep, but they're fine otherwise. But it can be quite difficult to get them inside. Well, it's difficult to get Daphne in once she's out. But other than that, they're okay, despite being fast asleep now, Martin. And so forth. That is true. That is true, Heather. Yes, good things come in small packages, yes. But to tell you something, speaking of that, a lot of my family, well, how would one describe my mother's side of the family? Well, because they're all no taller than 5'6", but it's a good point. Good things come in small packages. You're too right, Heather, yes. I mean, but to tell you off some things, all of my two uncles, well, two out of three of my mother's brothers are not terribly tall, two of which are 5'6", another's 5'5", and all that. And my mother and my auntie Debbie, they're both 5'6". My auntie Elaine is 5'5.5", and my auntie Rebecca's only a mere 5'4". But as you made a good point, Heather, good things come in small packages. Yes. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for your compliments regarding my dressing gown. Thank you. Thank you. It works out well for an late night live, doesn't it? Yes. The only time when Daphne is a real pain in the arsehole, Harriet, excuse the language, everybody, the only time when she's a real pain up the right arsehole is getting her inside and when she poos and wheezes on the floor. That's the only time when, that's the time when she's a pain in the arse when you describe it. I'm not always a night owl, Clover. No, it's just sometimes I'm a night owl. Pammy, thank you for your friendliness towards Heather and Nebula. Thank you. It's actually three. This is the third late night live stream I've done, Martin, not the second. Just to tell you more things. And thank you, Martin, for your friendliness towards Harriet. Thank you. It's three. I'm doing 3 this month, Nutmeg, just to say. But this is the last late night live stream for August of 2024, to tell you all things. But gosh, we're hardly even half an hour, and we're over 20 strong viewers and 12 likes. Gosh, I mean, gosh, I was not expecting this. I mean, it just goes to show the first. Can I tell everybody on things? I know I'd said it before for those of you who are on here, but because I can see it's your first time for some of you on this late night live stream of mine. The first late night live stream I've done, I wasn't expecting a good result. I was only expecting about 5 viewers and about 5 or 6 likes. But to tell you something, when I did the first late night live stream, the viewership hovered in over well over 10 viewers or more. It was no less than 10 viewers and over 25 likes on the first late night live stream of mine. And the second one did well, over 10 viewers again, and almost 40 likes on the second one. And this time, nearly 30 minutes in, it's 13 likes and about 20 viewers. So impressive. It's not a nursing home. I don't think he went to a nursing home, Zeph, Harriet's neighbor. I think he went to assisted living. There's a difference between going into a nursing home and going into assisted living, to tell you all things. Oh, Alice, thank you for your friendliness towards Clover. Thank you, thank you. And thank you, Martin, for saying it's a lovely community and all the nice things you had to say. It is a credit to you, Foxy, that you are able to bring people together. This would not exist if. Oh, thank you, Martin. Thank you. This was very nice of you to have said this. Thank you. It's the pool of my personality. Thank you, Nebula. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no, I would have thought you already know that, Nutmeg, yes. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think Zappa's got 300 subs. I think he's got just short of 220 subs. But yes, Harriet, well said. We must support each other. Well said. But I hope you're okay over in Copenhagen all the same. Right, but speaking of Zappa, as Harriet just mentioned Zappa a moment ago, who we used to do banter together, only to the point when I took things too far with the banter. Here's the link to his channel. Oh no, I'm so sorry hearing that your father had Lewy body dementia, and I'm extremely sorry hearing this, Nutmeg. No, really, I'm well and truly sorry hearing this. Thank you, Heather, for your friendliness towards Martin. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Martin, for your support towards me regarding the live stream. No, the video I did regarding the 10K subscriber milestone Graham recently hit. Thank you. Oh, Sapper's brilliant. He's truly brilliant. Nebula. No, he really is truly brilliant. You've never been to Copenhagen, but you wish to go. Well, for whenever you want to go, it will always be there for you, Nutmeg. Hello, hello, Pammy. Hello to you again. Hello. No, I completely agree, Pammy. It really is extremely sad seeing a loved one just slip away, especially if it's a case of Lewy body dementia, motor neuron disease, or anything so awful and all that. You know. But Alice, you were asking when Sapper does a live. Sapper, he did have to change the day as to when he does live streams. Oh, you've just added Sapper, Heather. Thank you. But there was something which I'm not terribly proud of, which Sapper and I did. We used to do weight banter between the two of us. Hello to Gertrude. Hello to lovely Gertrude, my wonderful friend Gertrude. Hello, hello, hello to you. But speaking of the banter Sapper and I did, Heather, it was weight banter we did, and to be honest with you, I'm not proud of it. Because of our weight differences, we would exchange banter towards one another. Do you know? Okay, I'll explain it just this once, but once I've explained it, I will need to leave it at that, or otherwise, Harriet, Sapper, and Jodie will put me in the naughty corner otherwise, or otherwise, Sapper will probably get Harriet to steal my cats otherwise. But Sapper would sometimes say, skinny git to me, and I'd be, hello, huge git. I would throw that back at him because of our weight differences, Heather, just to tell you odd things. But to be honest with you, because of it was completely my fault, and because of how far I took it, I'm not proud of it. I'm really not. It was skinny git Sapper to me, and then throwing it back to Sapper, it was huge git to him. Because of our 11 stone and 17 stone of weight. Well, me for 11 stone, but, well, he was 17 stone, Sapper was, but now I think he's about 16 stone now, something like that. I bet Sapper and yourself would be great to have a night out along with everyone else here in your community. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Thank you. That's very nice of you to have said this. Thank you. Well, imagine Sapper and I getting pissed drunk together, Martin. Imagine that. And thank you, Pammy, for your friendliness towards Harriet. Thank you. You're too right, Heather. Yes, you feel weight banter would be okay if in fun, but it can upset. It can really upset other people because some people are can be very sensitive to their weight, Heather. Particularly, people who are quite big in size can be very sensitive to it. No, after what happened, Harriet, we stopped the weight gate on the live stream. That is, and I was like, no more weight banter on live stream, Sapper. After that incident, and we've not done it since that incident. Just to say, and we would only do it outside of the live stream now. That's the only time we'd have a weight gate, just Sapper and I and nobody else. But no, don't worry, I moved on from the weight gate incident, Harriet, and I do know that Sapper loves and cares greatly for me, just to say. I know he'll always love me. It is true that he's 16 stone of weight, Harriet. It is 16 stone, he is 16 stone of weight. And for those of you in America and Canada who don't know what 16 stone is in pounds, that equates to 224 pounds, just to say. But if you want to know what 17 stone equates to, it equates to 238 pounds for those of you in America and Canada. And Sapper was once 238 pounds in the spring of 2024, but now he's 224 pounds. And 5'10" of height. So make something of that. Yes, it will be private banter the two of us are going to be having from now on, Heather. Yes, it's just going to be private banter and not on a live. Because actually, I said it to some, and actually, I actually did say what some of the things, the thing I called Sapper to a few ladies, Heather, actually, and that was what was really bad. And then Sapper was like, Foxy, stop referring to a lady's weight. Be a gentleman. No, I do know he loves you too, Harriet. I do know that. Thank you, Harriet. Thank you for the nice things you had to say towards Sapper. Thank you. Thank you. Harriet, I did put Sapper's link in the description earlier on, but I'll put it in again in case those of you who missed it. But Heather made a note of Sapper, just to say. Oh, God. But Sapper's channel is called Grumpy Sapper, just to say. Sometimes he's known as Grumps. To Moogs, he's known as Grumps. And then Moogs is like, hello, Grumps. And he's like, hiya, Moogs. Hello, Matt. Hello to you. No, Harriet, do be assured I moved on from the Waitgate incident. Do be assured on that. Oh, yes, the boob gate. That's still an ongoing thing. Gosh, the boob gate, yes. Boob gate or git gate, fairly ongoing things that happen within my live streams from time to time and all that. Thank you, Nebula. Thank you for your friendliness. Thank you. Thank you. But I think I'm missing a few things. You have stories, but some hallucinations were pleasant like puppies. Oh, thank you for mentioning puppies because you've made Gertrude happy when you mentioned puppies. Oh no, your late father had to go into the nursing home as a result of Lewy body dementia. I'm so sorry hearing this, Nutmeg. No, I'm really well and truly sorry hearing this. Oh, thank you, Martin. Thank you for saying this is so much better than watching ITV night screen. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I look forward to seeing the pictures, Harriet. I certainly will. And all that. But one thing I want to say to all of you, I really do not take this for granted. I mean, thank you for making the late night live streams as well received as they have been. They're really much more well received than I could have expected them to be, to tell all of you all things. I really never expected them to be as well received as they have been. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I never expected it to be well received, so thank you always. Oh, are you off to sleep now? Well, I'll give you a nice big bedtime hug, Alice. I don't know if you accept bedtime hugs, Alice, but a nice big bedtime hug for you. And much love always, my lovely Alice. It was wonderful having you on here. Wonderful having you on the live stream. You don't watch mainstream TV anymore? Gosh, okay. No, a lot of things on the television is dreadfully boring, to tell you what things there. Because some things are interesting, but about 90% of the things on the British television is nothing but stupid and nothing but boring. The only thing that's interesting is, say, when a king gets crowned, or there's an interesting royal event going on. Those are the only interesting things I find. Other than that, I mostly avoid the television. Yes, too many reality shows, nutmeg, yes. Far too many of them. I'm happy learning you. Thank you, Alice. I didn't realize you accepted bedtime hugs, but it's nice learning so all the same. You off now, Heather. Ta-ta for now. Much unconditional love to you always, Heather. Really? Your life is a lot better because of me having came into your consciousness. Thank you for sharing this to me. Martin, thank you. Thank you. Same, Janet. I hardly ever watch television these days. I hardly do. Good night to you, Alice. Good night always. And good night to Heather too. And no, I haven't lost my speech, Gertrude. No, I haven't. Oh, thank you, Nutmeg. Thank you. Thank you for your kindly endearment towards Heather. Thank you, Nebula. Thank you. Oh gosh, he passed away in 2013, your late father. Gosh, a long time ago now. You witnessed the same Lewy body dementia symptoms in Joe Biden. Gosh. Oh gosh. So sorry hearing this, Nutmeg. But so long as he had a good life, that's the main thing. So long as he lived to a good age and had a good life, that's the main thing, Nutmeg. That's the well and true main thing. But really, although it was a long time ago, much sympathy and empathy towards you always regarding the loss of your wonderful late father. And much comfort hugs always. Well, I don't think mine would be cozy ones because I'm prone to feeling the cold, but I'm sure the other hugs, nutmeg you would find them to be cozy ones. You know, many hugs I've received from men, be it from the men and the ladies, they're generally quite cozy. And I think what it tells me whenever I receive a cozy hug, it probably tells me that the individual isn't prone to feeling the cold so much. But it's just my opinion all the same. And all that. Hello to you, Carla. Thank you, Carla. Thank you for saying I look gorgeous. That, I hardly ever get things like that. I hardly ever get compliments saying that I look gorgeous. God, since I gained nearly 2 stone of weight, or over 20 pounds of weight, I'm hardly ever considered to be gorgeous. But thank you. Thank you. Plenty of time. Oh, Nutmeg. No. Nutmeg. Much unconditional love and hugs to you always. No, really, healing when overcoming grief, the healing is a lengthy process, to tell you all things. So so much hugs always, Nutmeg. You have a funny story to tell me, Harriet. You watered plants in your hotel room in London for 22 days. The water spilled over. They were artificial. You thought they were real plants, but they were artificial. Gosh, that is something. A cravat dressing gown would look good with that. A cravat would look good with that dressing gown. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. I thought it was just your mother who died in 2007, Zev. But I am sorry for the loss of your parents. It was both of them that died that very year, and I'm extremely sorry hearing this. Sorry hearing this. Oh no, Hailey. Both your father and uncle had Alzheimer's disease. I'm extremely sorry hearing this. Extremely sorry hearing this. No. People who have loved ones who've got dementia, it's no laughing matter, and it's a hard thing to contemplate too. No, Nutmeg, it really is a hard thing to contemplate too. You lost them all within a 12-week period. They all got very ill, different things. Oh dear. I'm extremely sorry hearing this, Zeph. I'm extremely sorry hearing this. Yes, no, you did say to me before, Nutmeg, that your mother is now 88. I remember you saying this to me before. You don't have a green thumb, but you worried about the plants. You're a dope. No, you did say to me before that you were a tech dope, Harriet. Oh gosh, we've got a new member. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. I know, Nebula, yes. To lose your parents within a 12-week period, that really is an extremely tough thing to contemplate. You all in 1 year, 12-week period. Awful. Awful. Do be careful, Harriet. Do be careful. Do well. Yes, welcome to Carla. Welcome, Carla. Thank you, Nutmeg. Thank you for your endearment towards Zev and your sympathy and empathy towards her. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, but to suffer multiple losses in a short time, now that really is a tough thing to contemplate to. Then that really is a tough to contemplate to. Can't imagine the Yes, I know you can imagine. Nutmeg, yes, you can imagine losing your parents 12 weeks within each other. I mean, losing your mum and dad 12 weeks within each other, that is an extremely tough thing to contemplate to. Pleasure, Zev, pleasure. Condolences always, even though it's a long time ago, but condolences always. I remember you telling me about your grandmother before, Martin. She used to walk a mile every day. Don't know how far away she is. I remember that humour of yours, Martin. I remember your humour. Yes. Thank you, Stevie and Gertrude, for your empathy towards Zeph. Thank you. Thank you. No, Martin's got good humour, Nutmeg. No, he really does. No, he really well and truly does, I must say. You know, but gosh, it will be revealed to you at the proper time, Harriet. Well, welcome to the memberships, Carla. Welcome to the memberships. Welcome to it. Cheers, everybody, once again, to keep the stamina levels up in the late night. I need a nightcap. In what way, Martin? Nutmeg. In what way do I need a nightcap? Oh, Pammy, did you have to go? Did you have to go, Pammy? But if you're able, if you did have to go, Pammy, it was wonderful having you on here. It's the same Carla, by the way, Gertrude. It's the same Carla. And Carla and I originally became acquainted through Trevor Colt. And you know, and since Trevor and I did that podcast live together, but it's not publicly watchable now, but it used to be publicly viewable for about a month or so after we did it. We've been friends ever since, Carla and I, Gertrude, to tell you odd things. Oh, okay. Oh, when I had a drink. Sorry, Pammy. Sorry if I came under the wrong impression of you. My apologies. And sorry if I ever did at any point when I first became familiar of Danette and Anthony. My apologies if I came under the wrong impression of them at some point. It depends which level you're on, Martin. That's the only thing. No, it's completely different to that, Martin. It works completely different. Poppy loves her alcohol-free wine. Oh, yes, you mentioned Poppy. Carla, I hope your little girl, Poppy, is okay. Well, I mean, as you would say, even though she's, nearly of adult age, no matter how much she's grown up to you, I'm sure she'll always be yours and your dearly loved husband's little girl. Well, I would imagine she is probably little for height. Well, given the fact that yourself and your husband are a mere 5'6", I imagine she'd be shorter than that. Bloody hell, GCSE results tomorrow. Wow. Well, good luck to her GCSE results, Carla. You're having a G&T right now at this time of night in Copenhagen. Well, Harriet, cheers to you. But some of you were asking what drink was I having. This is a sherry, by the way. I'm having sherry. Any event pending Sunday, 25th of August, and Monday, 26th of August. And that would be it for August. You're only 5'1", Stevie. Gosh, you're short. Poppy's 5'4". Oh, God. Oh, bless. No, Carla, she could be your little girl, couldn't she? Taking into account her 5'4" height, she could almost certainly be yours and your husband's little girl, because you two are both. Hello, Deborah. You two are both have something in common with. Both of you have something in common with Deborah. She too is 5'6" as well. Once you get to a certain age, Stevie, yes, that's what happens. Yes, that's my late grandfather Edmund experienced that. He went from 5'5" to 5'4" when he was in his 60s. He was generally shorter than that of Carla, her dearly loved husband, and Deborah Coleman. But hello, Deborah. Hello to you, and hello to your cats as well. And Deborah, may I also provide my best wishes to Heidi as well? I mean, thank you to Heidi. Thank you to Heidi for her friendliness towards me. Thank you to her. You used to be 6'6". Oh gosh, Stevie. Stevie, are you pulling my leg? Because you said you're 5'1". Are you pulling my leg when you said this? There's only so much height you can lose. You know. Thank you, Harriet. Thank you. I do know that you care greatly. Yes, I remember you saying before, Gertrude, that you're 5'6" of height. Yes, you're taller than that of Sadie, who's only a mere 4'10", and which is very, very short. Yes, do give a resoundingly large hello to Deborah. But Deborah, who's on here, she knew a man who was, prepared to be surprised, her friend was a full 7 foot. Her late friend Tommy Wayman, he was, bloody hell, a full 7 foot. So make something of that. Oh, Gertrude, you're too brilliant. Oh, Nutmeg, thank you for your friendliness. Thank you. You're 5'2". Gosh, you're short. Yes, Nebula, that really is tall. Yes, Carla, 7 foot is giant, yes. We had a man in the United Kingdom. Chris Greener, he was 7'6". So make something of that with the late Chris Greener. Oh, thank you, Martin. Martin, oh, wait a moment. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. No, I said he was 7'6", not 7'7". But sorry, really? Oh gosh, she's very petite. Is this petite for weight that you're referring to? Because you can be petite for weight, but not entirely short. But gosh, she's petite. Wow. So she really is your little girl, isn't she, Carla? And can I tell you something, Carla? My friend Sally Ann Loveday, she's Wales-based like you, who's the same height as yourself and your dearly loved husband, and Deborah and Gertrude. Her granddaughter is the same height as your daughter, believe this or not. Her granddaughter's the same height as your daughter, 5'4". So her granddaughter could still be her little girl. She could be her little girl, but her two children, however, they're 6'1" and 5'8", respectively, and I too am 5'8" of height as well. So you could make something of that, Carla, couldn't you? Oh, you still missed? No, yes, because he died tragically, didn't he? Car accident. I mean, awful, awful. I mean, nasty way to go. To die in a car crash. It's just a completely nasty way to go. I must say, awful, awful. What was it that Martin said? Oh, thank you for. Were you saying that to me, wholesome? Were you saying that about me, or were you saying this about the 7 foot Tom or 7'6" Chris Greener? She's 17 next month and starting. Oh, so I honestly thought she was 16 just this year. But interesting, she'll be 17 this year, 18 next year, September 2025. Interesting. Thank you, Martin. Size 8'10" clothes. Gosh, that's UK. Gosh, that's petite. Well, actually, can I tell you something, Carla? My mother is a size 10 UK clothes as well because my mother's got small bodily proportions as well. I mean, because a size 10 UK women's clothes size, that's a 27 to 28-inch waist. And that's the size waist my mother's got. And me, on the other hand, I've got a bigger 30-inch waist, to tell you odd things. So I'm bigger than your daughter. I'm both taller than her and bigger than her in size. But no offense when saying this, of course. I mean, no offense to your daughter, Carla, and no offense to you or your husband when saying those things. Well, mind you, I am 11 stone, mind you, so that could explain why I've got a 30-inch waist. But before I got to the 11 stone range, which for those of you in America who are on here, and Canada, 11 stone equates to 154 pounds. I used to be 9 stone 4 pounds, which in the American and Canadian neck of the woods is 130 pounds. And when I weighed 9 stone 4 pounds or 130 pounds, I had only a 29-inch waist at that point. So make something of that. Hello, Aries. Hello. But sorry if it was too much when I had to share all of this. Cheers, everybody. I think it would be Deborah, Carla. Gertrude. And Deborah believe the salon is based in the United States, like yourself. I do like the picture Serpa designed for me, had it, yes. I'm not going to use it in every live stream thumbnail, but I am, however, going to use it sometimes in certain live streams for the thumbnail. But it's a fantastic picture, fantastic cartoon picture he drew on the software for me. If you wait a moment, Martin, wait a moment. Martin, Shapper's channel, I've just linked it for you in case you want to find his channel. I agree, Nutmeg. Yes, he really is very artistic, yes. I think that's probably going to keep the stamina up for a long time. We're over an hour now, and I think that will help with the stamina. No, the avatar's fantastic, Harriet. I think not just one, but I think about 3 or 4 cartoon software edited pictures of me would really go extremely well. Thank you, Carla. Thank you for your kind assurance saying that there was no offence. Perish the thought. Thank you for saying you were impressed with my knowledge, Carla. Thank you. Thank you. Can't wear UK. Sizes run too small. You hunted a vest. Gosh, Clover, gosh. Hello. Hello to you, Aries. It's always wonderful hearing from you. You have a busted kneecap, so the doctors decided to put steroids in your left knee. Big needle. You hate needle put into your kneecap. Oh, I would hate that. For sure, Aries, I would completely hate that for sure. You know. But I mean, but Carla, if she's still on here, it's one thing being a size 8 to size 10 UK clothes size, women's clothes size when you're 16 years of age. But could you imagine being a size 10 UK clothes size when you're a fully grown adult, like that of my mother? Could you imagine that? And my mother, on the other hand, is what the same height as Carla at 5'6" and a size 10 UK clothes size, which in the US, Canada equates to a size 6, just to say. A size 12 UK women's clothes size equates to a size 8 US Canada, but size 10 US Canada would be a size 14 UK women's clothes size. Just to say, it's different in the UK, US, the clothes sizes differences. Hello to you, Lorraine. Hello to you, down under in Australia. Hello to Lorraine, down under in Australia. Hello to you. But to share something rather surprising with Carla, one of my friends, who's the same height as me, she only weighs 8 stones. So what's your thoughts on my friend, who's my height, is only 8 stone of weight, and the waist size she's got is only a 22-inch waist, which size 8 clothes size, that would be what, 25, 26-inch waist. So 23, 24 would be size 6. So UK, that would be what. That would be, I think, about a size 4 UK clothes size, or possibly a size 2 UK clothes size, something like that. So you could make something of that. A lady who's my size and with a clothes size on smaller levels than that of my friend. When you were size 8, you were too thin. Oh, why do you think you were too thin at size 8 clothes size? I don't think that would be too thin at your height. If it was, say, anything less than that, probably. But my friend who's my height, her clothes size is far smaller than size 8 UK. So you could make something of that, Carla. Do share your thoughts on that. I don't think Martin has any videos. I have checked and it's got no videos on it. I think he did do videos at one point, Harriet, but I think he removed his videos because of the tolling side effect of trolling he'd faced and all that. But Carla, I don't think a 5'6" woman with size 8 UK clothes would be too thin. I don't think that's too thin. Hello to Sue from Cambridge. Hello to Sue. Hello, lovely. There, it's Sainsbury's. It's right opposite to where you live. You're quite muscular naturally, but you'd lost a bit too much muscle mass and could feel the... Oh, okay, Carla. I didn't realize you were muscular because my mother's not muscular. My mother, actually, can I tell you something, Carla? Until my mother was about 18, 19 years of age, she had a 24-inch waist. So you could make something of that. She had a 24-inch waist until she was about, 18, 19 years of age. Now she's got, 27, 28-inch waist, which is smaller than what I am. You was competing in sport. Oh, okay. Cheyenne Autumn. Oh, hello, Cheyenne. Hello to Cheyenne. I imagine she's married, I would imagine. So hello to Cheyenne Autumn. Hello to her. Sorry if anything was too much for you, Deborah, when talking too much about certain things. But I can understand just how much you miss Tom because how he tragically died. This was like how Princess Diana and, the late Dodie died. They both died to a car crash. But, Carla, little did I realize you were quite muscular. I mean, it's probably going to be too much asking this, but what do you think is your ideal clothes size, if I may ask? But your daughter's fully grown. Oh, okay, that's all right. Well, size 8, size 10 clothes size for a lady her height. Petite as it may be, I think she's probably just right. Just the right size, really, But one thing I can say, Carla, is she definitely got a bigger clothes size than that of my friend, who's the same height as me. And she's older than me, by the way. And yet she's, several clothes sizes below your daughter. But if I may ask, Carla, or everybody who's on here, what are your thoughts on a 5'8" lady having a 22-inch waist? What are your thoughts on that? No, I wouldn't pay attention to that. I think it's a bit too perverse, Carla. I think it's a bit too perverse. Getting into bra sizes and all that. And all that. Airy, I'm 5'8" of height, just to say. I'm only 5'8" of height, if you wanted to know. But everybody on my mother's side of the family, they're all 5'6" to 5'6", no taller than 5'6". Thank you, Stevie. Thank you. Are you referring to what about my friend, who has the 22-inch waist and 5'8" of height? My other half is size 16 to 18. Is that UK? Gosh. To be honest with you, Carla, Nutmeg, I don't have a hell of a lot of muscle either. I really don't have a lot of muscle either, because if I can show you something, Nutmeg, where you've seen it before, but I'll show it again, just look at that. Look at that. The size of my arm, skinny as it is, I can completely concur with what she had to say. Well, if I pull it up, I don't think that's the furthest you can go, but there we are. That's what it is. My mother has arms very like mine, just to say. I'm not the only one. The muscle is too strong for the joints. You can cause injury easy. Oh gosh, because you said you're naturally muscular, you know. Oh, Harriet, you are just something, aren't you? Thank you, Nebula, thank you. Yes, this is true, Carla. We all have different body types. My friend is smaller than a 24-inch waist. She's 22-inch waist, just to say, not 24. But 24 would be small for you. But if I may ask, Carla, would a 27, 28-inch waist be too small for you? Because that's about the waist size my mother has, just to say. That's the main thing, Matt, yes. I'm sorry if I didn't realize you were intended, Aries. I'm really sorry I didn't realize this. But, no, I'm sorry if I didn't realize you were intended, but hopefully another time come Tenterden 2025, bus rally, hopefully I'll try and look out for you better. But interesting learning that you had a size 16, 18 clothes size. Gosh, that would be what? Bigger than a 30 waist. But no offense to you, of course. You're hypermobile. Interesting, Carla. Interesting. You didn't look all that big to me when I saw you. I never could have thought you were naturally muscular because you didn't look all that big to me when I had you on the live. I mean, I wouldn't have thought you were as small as me mother, but I would have thought you were about similar sort of weight to myself, something like that. But I never could have thought you were big when you said you were muscular. I never could have thought you were big. You're off to bed now. Ta-ta for now, Stevie. Ta-ta for now. You take care. From birth, EDS, yes, it is genetic. Nutmeg, no, it's completely genetic. I quite like Dennis Darts. And I quite like the older buses, you know. Yeah, it is, just to say. Yes, nighty-night to Stevie. Nebula, nighty-night to Stevie, indeed. Nighty-night to Stevie. No. Harriet, can we not say those sorts of things? But really, I never realized you had skinny arms. Well, when I saw a picture of you, Harriet, your arms, well, they didn't look, by all means, they didn't look big, but they didn't look overly small, but just look at the size of my arms. Just look at that. I mean, that is proper skinny arm. If you look at it all the way through, just look at that. So you could really probably say that is well and truly skinny arms. Just to say. There we have things. Well and truly skinny. Yeah, there we are. It's just the way that they are, you know. But thank you, Harriet, for your supportive endearment. Thank you. Thank you. No, I know you're not a bodybuilder, Carla. I wouldn't have thought you were a bodybuilder, but you're a mesomorph. But one thing I would say, even though you said you're mesomorph, one thing I would say, Carla, well, when you said you were mesomorph, you didn't look tiny, but you didn't look big. I would have thought you were about in the 11 stone range, like myself. 11 stone, maybe a few pounds over, but I never could have thought you were big enough to be a mesomorph and all that. But interesting learning, so that you describe yourself as a mesomorph. Interesting learning, so all the same. The dress was far too big for your current frame. It was a lovely dress, though. No, it was a wonderful dress, Harriet. No, it was a truly wonderful dress. I think, no, I mean, I don't mind the size I am, Carl. I don't mind. To be honest with you, one thing I would say, I quite like the fact that I've got skinny arms. I mean, my mother's got skinny arms like I do, I don't. One thing I have something against, Carla, is when people say that skinny arms are completely feminine. What would I say? I would say, bloody hell no! It is fucking wrong! It is bloody wrong! Fuck no! Fuck no! Skinny arms are not feminine. It could be manly too. Skinny arms are manly, not feminine. Men and women could have bloody skinny arms. I'm sick to bloody death, as Brian Blessed would describe it and all that. I'm sick to bloody death that people say skinny arms are bloody feminine. Why would people say that skinny arms are bloody feminine? That sort of thing, you know. You could get us lazy asses. Oh, you're not a lazy ass, Nutmeg. You are certainly not a lazy arms. And my skinny arms. Thank you for your compliments regarding the Brian Blessed impression. Thank you, Carla. Thank you. And thank you, Nebula, for saying I look perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Cheryl. I had just seen you on, Cheryl. Thank you for saying I'm a fashion icon. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Harriet. And Carla, thank you for my Brian Blessed impressions. No, I couldn't be Fox Pitt Blessed. It would just be Fox Pitt Mayo. But if I was related to Brian Blessed, yes, I would be in that case. Yeah. Okay. All right. You want the line from Brian Blessed? Foxy's alive. Yes. Oh, Gordon's alive. Yes. Gordon's alive. Yes. Or Brian Blessed singing opera. No, no, Brian Blessed in the opera. Yeah, that sort of thing. You would love to get it. Nutmeg, you're just too funny. We need you more on these whenever there's a or whenever I'm live streaming and all that, you know. Thank you, Aries. I've heard from you for quite a long time now, you know. No, because you said you're about 50 now, aren't you, Martin? Yes, Flash Gordon. Gordon's alive? You want the line from Flash Gordon? Gordon's alive? And all that. Jody, hello, Jody. Yes, those are my pajamas once again. Yes, once again. How old? I'm 23 years of age, Aries. I'm 23 now. To be honest with you, many people think I'm older than that. And to be honest with you, I think physically I'm older than that. You know, physically I'm probably about 63 as opposed to 23, but there we are. It was milk in the cup, in the mug. It's not a cup, Nebula, it's a mug. So I had milk in the mug, just to say. Oh, Nutmeg, thank you for your friendly endearment towards Jody. And Jody, thanks to your friendly endearment towards Nutmeg. Thank you. Oh, you're 32, Aries, really? Gosh. And you're 32 as well, Matt. Oh, gosh. And thank you, Harriet. Thank you. The Sherry hit. Oh, God. Are you talking about April 2025? In 2025, I'll be 24, just to say. Oh, howdy, howdy, Zev. Howdy, howdy once again. And all that. Oh, 10th of April 2025. 2025 is the year the new Captain America comes out. Captain America and Thunderbolts. You're 55, Nutmeg. Oh, gosh, but you're very young at heart. Interesting. But 4th of March, really? Is this a relative of yours who's going to be 40? Aries. Carla, one thing I can say for future plans is that what's to be happening over the weekend is that I'm to be going to a special birthday on the 24th of August. I'm going to a special birthday, just to say. So, and I'm going to be going up to Greater London on the 23rd of August. But 25th of August, I'm event attending, and the 26th of August, event attending once again. This is like a secretary. I was. Oh, Martin, you're funny. You're truly brilliant, aren't you? Yes, aren't you? Oh, yeah. And all that. You're going to be 60 in December, Crover. Gosh, interesting. Well, gosh, whoa, Nutmeg. Well, your mother had you at a reasonably good age. Well, your mother was older than the age my mother was when she had me, just to say, 55 and 88. Well, when when my mother turns 88, I'll be 65, just to say. So, so my mother was younger than the age your mother was when she had me, just to say. Your mother's going to be 76 in April 2025. Gosh, is she 75 now? Gosh, we actually had a 76th birthday on the 19th of August, just to say, Aries, Oh, thank you, Gertrude. Thank you. Thank you. You didn't have to say this so when you conversed with Nutmeg, but thank you. Thank you all the same. Thank you. Oh, there's just a tad bit more, Sherry. Aries, I do have a Facebook profile, but it's namely Facebook for my cats, but I haven't quite got the hang of using it as of yet. But I'm still working out my way around with it, but there we have things. Gosh, your mother's going to be 83 in September, Clover. Oh, gosh, she's getting on. Well, when I'm 60, my mother will be 83 as well. Well, hopefully, if she makes it to 83, I would be 60 at the time, Yeah, but gosh, pretty much all of you on here are older than me, except for Carla's daughter, and all that. So all of you, except for Carla's daughter, are all older than me. Well, predominant, But Deborah, I did give a shout out to your daughter, Cheyenne Autumn, but I'll do it once again so that you're profoundly assured. Hello to Cheyenne Autumn. And Cheyenne, you've got a wonderful mother who I think you should be counted as blessed and very lucky to have in your lifetime. I mean, your mother is a truly wonderful friend to have, and I couldn't be more fortunate to have your mother as my friend. So shout out to you, my lovely Cheyenne Autumn. You're a wonderful daughter to your wonderful mother, and your mother is the friend and mother everybody loves and adores. That much more could certainly be said. I do hope it was enough for you, Deborah, but please tell me in case it wasn't, just to say. Oh, Nutmeg, you're not geriatric. Geriatric, I would have came under the impression would be anything over 70, 75. I wouldn't think you're geriatric. Not at 55, no. I think your mother would be obviously in the geriatric zone, but no offense when saying this, of course. No, I wouldn't think Nutmeg would be geriatric at the age she is now, no. Not geriatric, no. I would have thought geriatric would be 70, 75, something like that. No, Martin, please, Martin, I completely appreciate the community I have. I well and truly appreciate the community I have, and never, no, really, never would I take any of you for granted. No, really, I would never, never, never take any of you for granted whatsoever. No, really, I wouldn't. No, really, I don't take any of you for granted, to tell you odd things. All of you on here, particularly you, Martin, I would never take all of you for granted. I appreciate you profoundly, enormously. Do be assured on that, just to say. Thank you, Carla. And Carla, can I thank you for the friendliness towards Deborah and her daughter Cheyenne? Thank you indeed. No, I know you're not, but please, Martin, I appreciate all of you within my community. I really do, well and truly. Oh, no. Oh, your mother had 3 open heart. Oh, God. So sorry hearing this, Clover, but it's not stopped her going to casino. Can I tell you something? Speaking of surgery, my wonderful late grandfather Edmund, he suffered a severe heart attack, and he was only about 50 years of age at the time when he had it. And he had to undergo a quadruple bypass surgery. So, you could make something of that, Carla, He underwent the surgery, but sadly, when the surgeons finished his bypass surgery, they accidentally damaged his esophagus, And one of my friend's mothers underwent open heart surgery. She didn't have a bypass, but she had to have a valve fitted in somewhere and all that because of the heart issues she had. Though it had a side effect, it was nowhere near as bad as the side effect my late grandfather Edmund had post quadruple bypass surgery. You worked as an OBR doctor and you had a 53-year-old mother. Gosh, wow, that's old. So, all right, I'll put the link to Sapper's channel. I'll do it once again, Harriet, okay? There we are, Sapper's channel. I really... Jodie's still here. I never could have thought Martin did parody content, Jodie. I really didn't think Martin did parody content. Nothing stops PPL from going to casino. You watched a guy have a... Oh, no. You watched a man having a heart attack on the table. Oh, oh bloody hell, Zeph. That's an extreme sight to see. Gosh. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Awful, awful. I am sorry if I misunderstood you, Martin, but please, Martin, we have nothing against you. You're a good friend, and we're always extremely fortunate to have you on here. Oh, yeah, I will try and watch the Rockette dancing video at some point, Nutmeg. No, I will try and do that. I will certainly try and do that for sure. I will give it a good try. Interesting learning, so, Clover. Your son does hill walking with defibrillator he bought himself. Interesting. Interesting learning this, Carla. But was Jodie offended? Or upset. I am sorry if I had upset poor Jodie. Oh, Jodie, no, you're here, but had we upset you? If so, we are sorry. Oh, Deborah, it's certainly a pleasure, but please, Deborah, in case it was not enough what I said in regard to the shout out to your wonderful daughter, please do remind me in case it was not enough. But thank you for your kindly thanking gratitude all the same. That was because of certain things we were talking about and all that. But I'm happy you were not upset, Jodie. But one thing that's a first on here, it's the first time I've ever had Deborah featured on a live stream of mine. It's the first time we've ever had you on a live stream of mine, Deborah. So wonderful having you on here, lovely Deborah. And many best wishes to your best friend, Heidi, just to tell you on things. Oh. Takes an awful lot to... Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me so, Jodie. No, I know, Carla. In referral to what happened to my Edmund when he had the heart attack, yes, no, it is well and truly shocking, I know. But it is some strength and survival he had. No. 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 Why on earth would I be fucking tired, as Brian Blessed would so ask, Nebula? No. I am not bloody tired, no. No. Oh, Harriet, could you be careful putting your email address in live content? No, please. I'm actually going to delete that. Be careful doing that. Just purge yourself a nightcap, nutmeg, little rye. Interesting. Oh, she deleted it. Okay. Thank you for reminding me so, Jodie, that Harriet deleted it. You know, but one thing I did want to say, since that Carla's youngest daughter could still be her little girl, I don't know if her oldest daughter could still be her little girl or not. Well, I would assume so, that's my guess, but it reminds me of something when I ran into somebody at Lewis railway station a few short months back. You know, seeing that Carla's lovely youngest daughter Poppy undershot hers and her dearly loved husband's at height, I met a nice lady. Well, I don't know if she was a lady. I honestly thought she was a girl because of how young she looked. I mean, it's possible she was a very, very, very young lady. I don't think she could be my age. I really don't think so. Don't think she could be any older than 17, 18. That's my guess. We were fairly conversant together, but it was only for about 5 or so minutes we were conversant at Lewis Station. She shared something with me that did move me to some extent, you know, and she said she wasn't as tall as her parents, but yet she wanted to be as tall as them because she'd undershot her parents' height, because both her parents were taller than she was, you know. But when she shared this, she could still be her mum and dad's little girl, no matter how much she'd grown up and all that, to share things and all that. I mean, I was going to say that to her, but there wouldn't have been enough time because it was about 5 minutes before the train arrived when we were conversant together. I mean, she wasn't short, She wasn't short, the lady. She wasn't as short as Carla's daughter. She was about my height, the very, very young lady. She was about my height, or maybe 5'8.5", something like that. She wasn't by all means short, and yet she'd undershot both her parents' height because she said she was shorter than both of them. And she actually said she wanted to be 6 foot when in fact she's not. And that was something that disappointed her in life. But had there been enough time when we were conversing, I would have said, the positive thing is you could still be your mum and dad's little girl, couldn't you? But there just wouldn't have been enough time for me to say it. Yes, Carla, bless her, yes. Though she wasn't short by all means, she could still be her mum and dad's little girl, couldn't she? Her father was no shorter than 6 foot, as she did tell me, and her mother was somewhere in the 5'10.5", 5'11" range, something like that. So both her parents are tall, as she did tell me at Lewis railway station. Well, it's not only would that be taller than her, but it'd be that's obviously taller than me as well, because 5'8", 11 stone, or 154 pounds. That is, to make something of that. Well, imagine not only what she'd look like with her parents, but me too, if I had been stood with them. But as one would say, we're all different. We all come in very different shapes and sizes. Cassie, hello. Gosh, surprised to have you on here. Oh, you've just used the custom emoji of Daphne and Nixie. Hello. Well, they're both asleep, just to say, Cassie, but wonderful seeing you on here. I'm happy learning your daughter Cheyenne was thrilled. And is she married, by the way? Oh, don't. Oh. I wasn't romantically having a chat up with her, Carla. Do be assured of that. I did not romantically chat up with her. It was just a casual conversation we had, that's all. Thank you, Martin, thank you. You're going to have a Mexican Coke while you watch Big Brother. Oh, and thank you, Gertrude, for the nice things you had to say. Thank you. But bless the really bless the young girl or the very young lady. Honestly, I could have came under the impression, I honestly could have came under the impression she was a little girl, Well, why I would have said that? Because, she was very petite, the young lady at Lewis railway station who I conversed with. She was very petite. I don't think she could have very petite, with a waist size probably no bigger than a 25, 26-inch waist, which is my guess. Something like that. No, she was definitely smaller than I am. For weight-wise, that is, but even though she wasn't short for height by all means, she's quite petite, how you describe her. Yes, Martin. Now moving on to the next thing. Nutmeg was asking if I was betrothed. Well, Nutmeg and Martin, for both your information, well, according to Carla, I'm reserved. Well, according to Carla, I'm reserved for hers and her dearly loved husband's little girl, Poppy. Because as Carla said, you could put her little Poppy into your pocket. I'd actually look, to be honest with you, I'm quite looking forward to running into to Poppy one day. I'm looking forward to running into Pops in the future, Hate the taste of high fructose corn syrup. I've never had that one before, corn syrup. Oh, thank you, Gertrude, thank you. I'd look forward to running into Pops one day in the future. you know? I don't know if Pops is into event attending, but I'd be happy to introduce it to her if we ever, for whenever we become acquainted with one another in the future. I'd be happy to introduce her to it. I don't even know of high fructose corn syrup, Gertrude, either. I wouldn't know of it either because I've never had it. Oh, I didn't know. Martin, I've heard from David in recent times. We're hoping to go event attending together on the bank holiday Monday. But David as well, obviously, like me, he sadly feels the cold a lot. I mean, unless you're Michelle, my good aunt, honestly, who I love lots. And Michelle, by the way, she's Wales resident, like that of Carla. But the difference is Carla's South Wales, Michelle's North Wales. Unlike her, well, if you see a picture of myself and David at the Detling Festival of Transport event, um, it was roughly 13 odd degree weather. We were both cold. We both had our jackets and coats on. Whereas Michelle in Wales, on the other hand, she described astonishingly 10-degree weather as lovely and warm. I mean, 10-degree weather is 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, that's nothing but cold. I mean, even David would find that freezing cold, 10-degree weather, but yet it's lovely and warm for Michelle. So, I mean, and I feel the cold. No, Martin, 10-degree weather, I would be very cold in that. It's Michelle who would actually find that lovely and warm, not me, to tell you odd things, just to clarify things. 50's lovely. That's nothing but cold, the 50s degrees Fahrenheit. Not big, that's far too cold. I mean, I'd be cold in that if I were you. I'd put my jacket on or my coat. Wait, I'm trying to find something a moment. I'm trying to find an interesting picture, but hopefully it will come out well. No, sorry. Really, your son Sebastian is 6'2". Well, Deborah, oh, sorry. Deborah, your son is the same height as my good friends Mark and Stephen. They too are 6'2" as well. I mean, Mark, 6'2", was size 11 UK feet, which in your neck of the woods is a 12 US men's. And Stephen, on the other hand, he's a size 13 UK or 14 US American. But obviously, your friend Tom was a 16 UK or 17 US size feet and 7 foot of height. Well, it would make sense for a 7-foot man, wouldn't it? 16, 17. Martin, my ideal temp, I think around about 26, 27-degree weather, something like that. That's about ideal. Maybe 28 or so. Usually anything less than 25, 26-degree weather, that's rather cold and nippy to me. You've got to go. Ta-ta for now, Clover. Do take care. But it was Martin was asking me about David. If I can show, I hope it comes out okay. I just hope the picture will come out okay. No, I really hope it comes out okay, but sorry if it's a bit blurry right now. Sorry if it like the blurriness. Oh, there we are. That's David and I, and that's about roughly 13-degree weather. No, sorry. So, oh, now you've got to wait again. Sorry, wait a moment. It's a bit blurred at the moment, but hopefully the blurriness will go away in a moment. Wait for it. Wait a moment. Oh, there we are. The blurriness is gone. That's David and I, and that's about roughly 13-degree weather. And if you see that, that is not lovely and warm to us. Both jackets, coats. The picture went, sorry. How could one... And Michelle described roughly 5-6-degree weather as nippy. I mean, how on earth is that bloody nippy? And that sort of thing, you know. And all that. I will show it to Jodie, but one thing I'm never going to do is put it on a community post, Harriet. I would never put it on a community post. Well, sorry if the picture I'd shown was just so temporary, but what did one think of the picture of David and I? And yet it was in the 50s degrees Fahrenheit weather, and yet we're both jackets, coats, scarves, that sort of thing, and woolen hats and all that. The opposite of saying it is nippy is saying it is toasty. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Carl. Actually, a winter picture would be me wearing my big duffel winter coat. That was not my winter coat. That was not a winter coat. I normally wear that spring, summer, autumn. But thank you for saying it looked like a nice, snuggly winter pic. Thank you, Harriet. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, but if you want to know David, he was the short man standing on the left-hand side. Well, I'm not, by all means, I'm not typically tall, 5'8" of height. But David, on the other hand, he's a mere 5'4", which could explain if you see the visible difference in our height when you saw the picture of us. You know, but before one asks, yes, David is only 5'4" of height. You're talking a short man, just to say. Shorter than that of Carla, Deborah, and Nutmeg and Gertrude. You know, and much, much shorter than that of Sadie's good friend. You know. You know. Oh, Deborah, thank you for your friendliness towards Harriet. Thank you. Thank you. You know. And even David's shorter than that of my mother, just to say. I mean, well, my mother's shorter than me, but taller than David, you know, just to say. But thank you, Carla, for your friendliness regarding the picture of featuring myself and David. Thank you. Thank you. You know, but, well, but thank you for those of you who did share your very view on the picture of David and I from when we were at the, the Herringly Festival of Transport event. Oh, Martin, yes, what have you got to say? There is an episode of One Foot in the Grave where that's Victor Meldrew. I know that character. I know that show quite well. Is presented with a dog that is stuffed. He is told it's called Nippy. You can imaging the response from Victor Meldrew, Nippy. Interesting thing you had to share, Martin. Oh, thank you, Harriet. But if I could show the picture again, but obviously it's going to get all blurred and all that. Oh, we got to go. Ta-ta for now, lovely Carla. Yes, good luck with your daughter's results. Good luck with her GCSE results. It was wonderful seeing you on here, lovely Carla. Sorry. Now it's getting a bit blurry. Ta-ta for now, lovely Carla. Oh, gosh. Still bloody blurry. Oh, there we are. That's David on the left here, Harriet. David's got the green coat and I've got the blue-coloured coat and the brown bag and the black trousers, whereas David had the blue trousers on. I hope it explained things okay to you, Harriet. It was on a post of mine, Jodie. Yes, that was months ago now, and that was in a video of mine about the song Sapper did for me back in earlier this month. And I used that picture with the song soundtrack in the background, just to say. We all make mistakes, not to worry, Nebula. I am the taller one, Harriet, yes. David's 5'4" and I'm 5'8". I mean, well, you know this already by now. David's the same height as you, Harriet. You're talking a short man with David. So yes, I am seriously the taller one in the picture. Just to say, I mean, David is shorter than that of Gertrude, Nutmeg, and Deborah. Just to say. Will I be doing any more late night rendezvous? In the future, yes, but it will not be done regularly, just to say, Martin. It will not be done far too regularly, but sometimes it will be done, yes. I would say that. But the only difference is that David weighs more than you, Harriet. But no offense to you when saying this, of course. And also he weighs more than that of Nutmeg, too. I mean, because David, he has a varied weight of 148 to 154 pounds, and my weight is 154 pounds. But David, when I first met him back in 2021, he weighed 166 pounds. So could you make something of that, Harriet? 166 pounds is 11 stone 12. But for those of you who are on here, do make something of that. No. Be careful of that sort of banter, git-gate and all that. But what makes you think you're overweight, Martin? I mean, you first went from saying you were 5'5", and now you've said you're 5'9". But what makes you think you're overweight, Martin? You're 5'5" wide, but you're wide. Really, I never could have thought you were wide, Martin. But one could confidently say that David was mildly overweight when I first met him, because he was nearly 12 stone when I first met him. He was nearly a stone bigger than myself. But now his weight varies between either my weight or just under half a stone lighter, just to say. Yes, I mean, well, he had a high cholesterol diagnosis, Harriet. And how this happened, when he was diagnosed with high cholesterol, he weighed more than he initially thought. And once he found this all out and learned of it, he just changed his diet overnight. he's completely changed his diet totally, you know. And once he goes beyond 11 stone of weight, Harriet, or beyond 154 pounds, he diets, just without hesitation, just to say. Your friend Gigi Hart's had a 57 Chevy, a girl who looked like Debbie Harry and the mechanic. Interesting. Interesting learning that your friend had a 1957 Chevy. Can I tell you something, Deborah? I've seen a 1957 Chevy before on Brighton Madeira Drive. Back in June 2023, I saw it. Fascinating car. I never sat inside it. I mean, but don't worry, I would have been able to get in and out of it easily, fortunately enough. But it was huge, completely huge Chevy, huge. I mean, oh my goodness, it was huge. Wow, you know, really, wow, huge. But it was worth seeing, though, and it was a nice sight. But interesting learning this about your friend. Very, very interesting indeed. You used to have a 1964 Mustang, Jody. Very interesting. Learning of this from you indeed. Very, very interesting indeed. Imagine it was good to drive in. I mean, no, the 1957 Chevy I saw back in June 2023, it was huge. But to be honest with you, it would have been ideal for the couple who owned it, the couple who I'd ran into who saw it. It would have been perfectly ideal for them. Because you know, because the couple was tall, just to say. You're talking taller than myself, actually, you know, Nebula. You have a 1980 Z28. Oh, very interesting, Gertrude. Very, very interesting learning this. Gosh, your suitcase weighed 25 pounds. Was charged extra weight by British Airways for £2. Yes, damn them, sheesh, well said. Jodie does not have it now, Harriet. She doesn't have it now. But I think she had it a long time ago. Well, I'd imagine it was of a very nice, interesting colour. Hello to you, lovely Imogen. Hello to you. Yes, I do sleep. Imogen, yes, I fortunately do sleep. Always think of the video for Love Shack Chevy convertible. I've not seen the convertible version of a Chevy as of yet, Nutmeg. I've only seen a Chevy where it's got the built-in roof on it. Yes, do give a resoundingly large hello to Chevy. You're currently wearing a black t-shirt with the LWT logo on it. I never could have thought you were keen on t-shirts, but interesting learning that you are keen on wearing t-shirts. Martin, interesting learning this for sure. I mean, well, to tell you something, Martin, I don't even wear t-shirts. Well, the only t-shirts I've got, Martin, are polo shirts, and that's it. Just 2 polo shirts. It was black, your 1964 Mustang. Very interesting. Oh, it's really nice seeing that you've warmed up to Imogen very well, Nutmeg. Thank you. Thank you for always your strong, innate kindness towards Imogen and all of us. Thank you, Nutmeg, and always great big tightening grip of hugs to you always, lovely Nutmeg. Always a great big hug to you always. I mean, I just hope it doesn't hurt your 135-pound frame when giving you a nice, great big tightening grip of a hug. And no offense on saying this, of course. No. I've never had sleep deprivation, no. I have been a night owl at times or stay up very, very late, but it's never been a regular occurrence. But Nutmeg, I never could have thought you were sturdy. 135 pounds, I never could have considered that to be sturdy. I never could have considered that sturdy, no offence, but interesting. Interesting. Well, you are just short of my height, so I suppose I could understand why you would say that, you know. Oh, thank you, Imogen. Thank you for your friendliness towards Jodie, Nebula, and Gertrude. Thank you. And thank you, Gertrude, for your friendliness towards Imogen. And you, Nebula, for your friendly endearment towards Imogen. Thank you. Thank you. You had a stagecoach with white horses. Interesting, Harriet. Interesting loneliness. And hello to Mark Vines. Hello. Yes, you've now finally caught alive. Yes, because seeing the time now, it would be useful for all of you down under to watch it, wouldn't it? You know. So hello to Mark. Thank you, Jodie. Thank you for your friendliness towards Mark down under. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Nutmeg, for your friendliness towards Mark. Thank you. Thank you. No, but Nutmeg, I never could have thought a lady who's 135 pounds would be sturdy. I never could have thought that. But no offence to you when saying this, of course. Oh, come on. Oh, Martin, you're really... I never could have thought... Come on, Martin, you're pulling my leg. You're clearly not down under if you're based in West Sussex. You're clearly not down under. You're full of piss and vig. Oh, gosh. That's an interesting way to point it out. You once had a state-of-the-art rickshaw pulled by... Interesting story, Gertrude. Interesting. No, very, very interesting indeed. You know. No, that really is an interesting story. Some funny... There are funny revelations, aren't there, Nebula? Oh. Oh. You know. Tonight you asked barmaid for a double entendre, and she gave you one. Interesting story. You used to own a TVR Cigaris. It was so noisy, but an amazing car. Sounds interesting. Sounds like it was an amazing car, but shame it was far too noisy. Oh, have you got to go now, Harriet? Ta-ta for now. Ta-ta for now. All the best to you, lovely Harriet. If you have to go. Much love to you always, my lovely Harriet. Saltwater taffy. It's a good one, isn't it? Certainly a funny one, Jodie. Oh, but Gertrude, it's very nice seeing you warming up well to Martin. Thank you for your friendliness towards Martin, Gertrude. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, but Nebula and Nutmeg, thank you both for your friendliness towards Harriet and wishing her a good night's sleep. Thank you. Had I been wishing you a good night's sleep, I would have given you a nice bedtime hug before going to bed. Well, certainly when I was a young boy, I would have done that. I mean, I don't know if Nutmeg or Nebula would take well to good night to hugs before going to bed, but Obviously, you've just got to be careful with one's consent and all that, wouldn't you? Ta-ta for now, lovely Harriet. No, much adoration towards you always, my lovely. You owned an Aussie muscle car. It was built in 1974. How interesting, Mark. How very interesting indeed. Yes, Jody, very interesting and very nice. No, very nice, interesting information indeed, for sure. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for your friendliness towards Harriet. Thank you. Hope she sleeps well. Oh, you love a good night hug. Oh, how lovely learning this, Nebula. Oh, you love hugs before bed. Nutmeg. Oh, okay. I just wouldn't have thought you'd take terribly well to it. Also, a hot water bottle and a hot teddy. Interesting learning this. Very interesting learning this indeed. And all that. Do sleep well, won't you, Harriet? And whatever it is you're getting up to over in Copenhagen tomorrow, I hope it goes well for you and all that. You looked up the... Oh, yes, Aussie muscle. All right, I'll look it up too. Just looked at a few, looking at a few now. Just looked at a few on Google Images, and really very interesting classic cars. The Australian design of classic cars there are. No, really, Mark, very interesting, very very interesting design of cars, I must say. Oh, Nixie's came in. Hello, Nixie. She's not interested in the live. She's just interested in what's going on. Is this a normal, in what way, Martin? Normal hour? Are you talking about doing a live stream? Not typically, no. Something new I've taken up. It's a new thing I've taken up, but I'm not going to do it regularly. I would never do late night lives regularly, Martin, just to say. No, I wouldn't do that. Not always, Martin, no. There are some times when I go to sleep before midnight, just to say. But I never sleep earlier than 9 p.m., just to say. But Martin, speaking of my if you want to know how often I sleep, I typically I sleep for about 6 to 8 hours a day, Martin, just to say. 6 to 8 hours a day. Sometimes I sleep longer than 8 hours inadvertently, or sometimes I sleep shorter than 6 hours, just to say. Just depends on the night I've had. Your cat is meowing for your attention, Nutmeg. Oh, she's jealous of me. Oh, gosh. She's jealous of me. Oh, God. Oh, I imagine you get a nice hug from your cat before going to bed, since you say you love hugs before bed, Nutmeg. No, you definitely get a nice hug from me before bed. I would say that. A nice, long, tightening grip of a hug, and so forth. You said earlier on. You said earlier on, Gertrude, yes. Buddy Hart's had a 59 Studebaker truck. Your boyfriend at the time, the color was briar blue motorheads. Briar blue motorheads. Interesting. She's walking over your keyboard, your Norwegian forest cat. Nutmeg. Very interesting. No, that's very interesting learning this from you indeed. Well, I'm sure I think she probably wants some affection and hugs, as it so sounds. I just hope she doesn't break the keyboard, because obviously when a cat walks on the keyboard, it can do all sorts of things, can't it? Your sibling still has a 69 Corvette, metallic blue. Interesting. Interesting nothingness, Gertrude. Is this your sister who has it? Your short little sister who had the very, very tall husband? Is that the one who had the 69 Corvette, metallic blue, if I may ask you, Jodie? No, that really would be a beautiful classic car, Gertrude. That really would be a beautiful classic car. And all that. No, I know, Gertrude. No, it really is fabulous stuff, I must say. No, I've certainly got to say on that very matter. Oh, it's your brother who had it. Oh, okay. Thanks for sharing so. Jodie, thanks for sharing so. No, I could imagine. Said it was sexy, Nutmeg. Sexy? Whoa. Well, it's obviously an opinion, but I understand. But it's good that Jodie's brother has that sort of car, Nutmeg, and all that, and all the rest of it. Obviously, it would be Jodie's brother's pride and joy, his classic Corvette. It's bin day tomorrow in West Sussex, really. Gosh, bin day tomorrow. Next door, get RC. If I put out the bins late, so I'm going to put your bottles out now. Okay. Well, hope you get the bins put out okay, Martin. Hope they get put out okay. Mindkeeper telling him he should give it to me. Okay. Interesting. Gigi was your best friend. Oh. Is Gigi no longer with us, Deborah? Because I'm pretty sure your best friend now is Heidi, isn't she? I'm pretty sure Heidi is your current best friend, isn't she, Deborah? As far as because I did hear from your best friend Heidi, and she said oh no, she really did say how much she loves you dearly. So it goes to show how obviously close she is to you and all that. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. That's very nice of you to have said so. Thank you. Your first boyfriend owned a 1966 Ford Anglia. He absolutely loved it. How wonderful, Imogen. How very wonderful learning this from you. Yes, it is really going back, I must say, Nebula. It's well and truly going back. Quite a well-said statement, Nutmeg. Well said indeed. I've seen the Chevys. I've seen a Chevy and a Dodge before, Mark, and I really quite like the look of them. I really do well and truly like the look of Chevy and Dodge cars. I'm pretty sure. I think I've seen a Ford Anglia before, Nutmeg, because I've attended many classic car show events, which I've gotten into attending since about 2021, 2022. And it was my best friend David Scott who got me into this event attending, be it classic car event attending, vintage rally event attending, and vintage vehicular event attending and all that. And honestly, in the truth of honesty, I cannot tell you how extremely happy I am to have the fortunate privileged knowledge now of attending and knowing about these events that I'm now known to attend and all that and so forth, Going to these events, as I'd said before, obviously I said it to Nutmeg quite openly recently, and I've said it openly in a video of mine before. Going to these events and this event attending David got me into has proved instrumentally useful in helping me with overcoming the loss of my wonderful late grandfather Edmund, who sadly died in February 2020 from thrombocythemia complications, only aged 73, as I'd said before, and all that. No, I completely agree with you, Gertrude. I really do think the Chevy and Dodge have more of the prettiest body types. I would say so too. I've even sat inside a classic Dodge before. Fortunately, it was easy for me to get inside and out of. Before one asks, yes, I got inside and out of it far more than easily. It's only the small classic cars I cannot get inside and out of as easily as a result of my 5'8" of height and 11 stone or 154 pounds of weight, as I've said several times before, but there we have things. He was 73 as well, your late father, when he died. Oh, no, it's too early. No, it's much too early. I mean, and he had what, Lewy body dementia at the age of 73, and he was in a care home at the age of 73. Now, that's really far too early to go into a nursing home at the age of in your 70s, when you're younger than 75 and in a nursing home. No, that really is dreadfully sad, awful. But thank you, Nutmeg. I have, fortunately, Nutmeg, I've since overcame the loss of my wonderful late grandfather Edmund. Do be assured on that, Nutmeg. But 73, that really is far too early to go. It's, as you said, way too young. But had you seen what my Edmund looked like in his final years before he died, he looked older than that, actually. Had you seen him when he was, say, about 70, he looked years older. He even could have passed for being years older within months after his 70th birthday. To tell you all things, Nutmeg, so, But I think it was sometime after he turned 70. I truly believe he had the thrombocythemia at this point. But he was never formally diagnosed with thrombocythemia until about 3 months short of his 72nd birthday. I mean, by the time he was 70, Nutmeg, my late grandfather Edmund, not only was he showing signs of visible aging, he never really aged well, to be honest with you. Even before his 70th, he didn't age at all well, because before the thrombocythemia, he had a severe heart attack and a quadruple bypass surgery, and then the damaged esophagus in the aftermath of it. But after turning 70, he was showing visible signs of aging, but he was also showing signs of weight loss and fragility. I don't know what his weight was when he was 70 or shortly before turning 71, but my guess was he was probably in around about 116, 118 pounds in the spring of 2017, something like that, something like that. And when he was 70, I thought he looked about 83 instead of 70, and he could have passed for being about 90, 91, something like that. He aged visibly, I think it was undiagnosed back in 2017, Nutmeg, yes, because he wasn't diagnosed, because he was 72, his 72nd birthday was October 2018. So I really think it was initially undiagnosed, because he wasn't diagnosed until 2018. And I don't know what his weight was in 2017, but like I said before, my guess was he was in the 116 to 118 pound range. So he was showing signs of fragility. But you'd be astonished to hear this, Nutmeg, but probably quite shocked. But do prepare to be shocked, but sorry if it shocks you too much, or if it shocks anybody, my apologies. At the time of my Edmund's thrombocythemia diagnosis, back in July of 2018, about 3 short months before his 72nd birthday, my Edmund weighed a very, very petite and skinny 114 pounds, which is the equivalent of 8 stone 2 pounds in the UK Ireland weight measurement. So I don't know how Nutmeg would take that, but for those of you who had just heard that, what's your take on a man in his 70s weighing only 114 pounds or 8 stone 2? I mean, make something of that. No, that's well and truly skeletal. But he was short, even short as he was, because my Edmund, he was only about 5'4" as an older man. I mean, 5'4", 114 pounds. I mean, that really is skeletal. No, that really is skeletal, I must say. 114 pounds, 5'4" of height. I mean, that's less than what my grandmother weighs, and it's less than what she weighs as of now. But he was skinny even before the thrombocythemia, but he was nowhere near as thin or nowhere near as petite as he was prior to thrombocythemia diagnosis. Yeah, yes, Martin, I know. And he actually did end up losing more weight before he died. And it was, I remember a year after, he was just aging very, very quickly, like every year after turning 70. From about 70 years of age, he looked about 83. And when he was 71, I think he looked about 5 years older within the next year. But shortly before turning 72, following the weight loss and obviously thrombocythemia diagnosis and following being medicated on it, I think he probably looked about 95, something like that. He aged really very, very, no, he really aged a lot before he died. And actually seeing him before he died, he could have passed of being well into his hundreds. I mean, he aged a lot in what the 2.5, 3 years before he died, sadly. Aged a lot and lost a lot of weight before he died. Your mother died in 2016 and your father died in 2017. Oh, within 1 year of each other. Oh, Martin, I'm extremely sorry hearing this. And didn't you say they both died to cancer? I'm extremely sorry for your losses, Martin. No, really, I am. But I remember it was August 2019, about a couple of months before what was his unknowingly final 73rd birthday. It was that August where, we just knew, I just knew he was, not gonna survive many more years. And once again, he'd lost weight. He'd lost weight at this point, and I remember when I saw him, and when I was over, because at the time of my Edmund's death, it was it was because at the time of my Edmund's death, they lived they lived on the Isle of Wight, but my grandmother has since his death moved back to mainland England, living in Kent right now, following his death, to be closer to the family. He'd lost weight by this point, and I remember he could fortunately just about go out, but he could not do long walks by this point, August 2019. When seeing this firsthand, and certainly from my grandmother, it was a difficult thing to contemplate too, seeing the August 2019 version of my Edmund. I could see, his health was taking a battering, but we didn't realize it had taken a terminal battering at this point, and he was such a wonderful grandfather, and we didn't realize that eventually there was going to be something just so fundamentally seriously wrong with his thrombocythemia ordeal. But as it turns out, at the time of his death, within the 6 months later, he had over 1 million platelets too many, because thrombocythemia can cause too many red blood cells and platelets. We had over 1 million platelets too many, and as it turns out, he did have thrombocythemia, and we only just found out all of this shortly after he died. Because originally, when he was diagnosed, he was told he did not have it terminally, but would never get better from it. But as it turns out, he did have it terminally, because after his diagnosis, he didn't even last another 2 years. And 6 months before he died, it would probably astonish all of you, but it would probably shock, more likely, all of you. But my Edmund, at the time, a couple of months before his final 73rd birthday, my Edmund weighed 106 pounds. I mean, at the time in August 2018, he was 114 pounds, but a year later, he went down to 106 pounds. I mean, I don't know what nutmeg or all of your thoughts are on that, but 106 pounds for an almost 73-year-old man. Can you imagine that? I mean, that is just frailty figure. I would describe that as frailty figure. And I think he also lost more height by this point, because 6 months before he died, I mean, he originally lost height in his 60s, going from 5'5" to 5'4". But to be honest with you, it would have been expected that he lost height in his 60s, or possibly earlier than originally expected, because he didn't have good health generally post heart attack, and also he didn't have a lot of strength, that sort of thing. But about 6 months before he died, he couldn't have been anything more than 5'3", 5'3.5", something like that. So you're talking really very short man, but 106 pounds for an almost 73-year-old man. Don't know how everybody else would take to that, but do share what your thoughts are on this. For 106 pounds for an almost 73-year-old man. Can you imagine that? And he ended up losing more weight again at the time of his 73rd, going down to about 103 pounds, something like that. I know. What is it I missed? Your wonderful grandfather died aged 73 from heart failure. He had a heart attack in his 50s. He died in 1987, age 73. Gosh, that's a long time ago. There are still some men still alive who were born in 1913, 1914, but not as many. But astonishingly enough, Imogen, there's a man in the United Kingdom still alive, born in 1912, believe this or not. And he's going to be 112 on the 26th of August of this year. Gigi died in a fire at her home. You'd known her since you were 90. I was devastated when my Edmund died. I mean, I didn't think he was going to pop off as soon as February 2020, but seeing him in August 2019, I didn't think he would have survived any longer than 2022. But he really went and deteriorated, obviously, not only much more quickly than I could have anticipated, but he deteriorated much more quickly than my family could have anticipated following thrombocythemia diagnosis. And I was going to spend 2 New Years with my grandparents, New Year's 2017 before the 2018 proceedings, and New Year's 2019 before the 2020 proceedings, but was denied both times because of worries for my grandfather's health. Because by this point he was eating very little. Your grandmother died in 2005. She was 94. That's a very good age, 94. Very, very good age, I must say. She was as was the loss of my late grandfather Edmund. He too was one of the biggest losses in my lifetime as well. No, really, that was, I must say. Yes, no, well said, Imogen, well said. I mean, my two grandmothers are still alive, but they've both lived longer than 73. One of them's 85 and the other one's 76. So they're both quite elderly now. But I am sorry for the loss of your grandmother from 19 years ago, Nutmeg. But gosh, you had her till you're in your 30s. Wow. Hello to Sapper. Oh, your live stream was wonderful, Sapper. No, it was truly wonderful, I must say. And hello to Joy. Certainly hello to Joy. Oh yes, the loss of Deborah's friend Gigi. Losing a friend to house fire accident. Now that really is tragic. That is truly tragic. Well and truly tragic, I must say. Yes, I remember you talking about you going to the beach, Sapper. Yes, I can remember you talking about this for sure. I remember. I can remember you talking about it, yes. Thank you, Jody. Thank you for your friendliness towards Joy. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Joy. Thank you. You're always so lovely, aren't you? Thank you. Good reminder, Nutmeg. Good reminder. If that was me, I'd have to be in my long sleeves, or otherwise I'd just get burnt. I mean, I have worn sun cream in in heat wave hot heat with short sleeves, but it doesn't always work with me, unfortunately, and that's the problem. So to be honest with you, because I get burnt far too easily wearing short sleeves, I have to wear long sleeves. Otherwise, I just get burnt red, sadly. Your mother's 76, really, Imogen, and she does not look it. No, my grandmother, who's 76, she looks older than that, I'm afraid. Healthy as she may be and all that, she's never really aged all that well, sadly. I mean, though she's healthy, she could pass for being a sprightly, my grandmother, Anne, who's 76, same age as Imogen's mother, she could pass, I think, being a sprightly lady in her early 80s, in my opinion. She could pass for being around about 82, something like that, I would say. No, she does sound brilliant, vibrant, Nutmeg, yes. You're doing two lives, Jody. Who's live right now? Who's live streaming? Who else is live streaming, Jody? I don't know who's live streaming at the same time as me. Haven't seen any evidence of the subscribed channels I've subscribed to who are currently live streaming right now, but interesting learning you're doing two live streams right now, Jody. Too many lives, not enough Jodies. Well said. Well said, Nutmeg. Well said. No, but Nutmeg, if I'd shared too much earlier on, my apologies. No, my apologies indeed. Oh, Marcia. Gosh. Hello, Marcia. And hello to Wookie the cat. Well, that's what the Wookiees in Star Wars are like, aren't they, Marcia? Oh, it's a Canadian political one. I didn't realise the Canadian Politics Live was live right now, Jodie. I didn't realise that, but thanks for reminding all of us. All the same. No, really, I really had little realization. Oh gosh, your father was quite old when you were born, wasn't he, Deborah? He died aged 72 of black lung, and you were only 19. When he was born a miner, since he was a miner at the age of 14 in the Pennsylvanian coal mines. I mean, can I tell you something, Deborah? You're not the only miner's child I've heard of. Can I tell you somebody notably famous who was a coal miner's son? Deborah, to tell you what things. Brian Blessed, the actor, Brian Blessed, the British actor, Brian Blessed, his late father was a coal miner, believe this or not, Deborah, but his father lived to be well into his 90s, believe this or not. Despite having had such a tough career as a coal miner, constantly deep in all that coal dust when working in the Yorkshire coal mines, he lived to be well into his 90s in spite of that, despite having been gassed 3 times and crushed 3 times over the course of his mining career. He lived to be he actually lived a few years past the age of 95, actually, Brian Blessed's late father. But Brian Blessed, like you, Deborah, he was a coal miner's child too. But gosh, he was really getting on in age when you were born. So gosh, as a child, he was quite elderly. Oh yes, Brian Blessed. Do you want the light from Flash Gordon? Gordon's alive! No, it is a wow, yes. Seeing that Deborah's late father was a coal miner, and Brian Blessed's late father was a coal miner, it goes to show Deborah Coleman and Brian Blessed had something in common together and all that. You've managed to do bloody hell, Jodie. Bloody hell, Jodie. You've managed to do 3 lives at once. That is impressive. No, that is well and truly impressive. Why on earth would I have a bloody obsession with bloody Brian Blessed? Supper's alive! Supper's alive! Marvellous! No, that is truly remarkable, Joy. Yes, no, it's remarkable what Jodie's done, managing to do 3 lives all at once. 3 lives at once. That is, sir, incredibly impressive. His notable role as Boss Nass. I'm not ill. Sapper, I'm not ill. I was just trying to be funny, that's all. That's all. Yes, I think 1 live is all I could manage. Nebula, me too. I could only imagine 1, not 3. Imagine going back and forth on 3 lives. No, but what I have done, Sapper, was I had a drink to keep what I had done, Sapper, was I had a drink, to keep stamina up, to keep the late night live going and all that. You're crying with laughter. I would get dizzy if I did far more than 1 live stream. 1 live stream is enough for me, Nebula. I am a one-off. Thank you, Martin. That's very nice of you to have said this. Thank you. Thank you. My impression was making you laugh, Joy. Now, how does that take to Joy? Maybe we be friends. And all that. I am no, I am old enough to know the movie. I am old enough to know Gordon's Alive, even though I wasn't around when it came out. I do know of it quite well. And one thing that obviously astonished Graham is I know of the Z-Cars television series. Have I got tartan slip? I have got slippers on, Sapper, but interestingly enough, those are the slippers I've got on. There you are. I've got slippers on. Did anybody see them? I don't know if you did or not. There we are. Yeah. But I have got slippers on, just to say, Sapper. I often wear slippers, even when I'm not in pajamas. But when I'm going out, I obviously take my shoes off and take my slippers off and put my shoes on. Thank you, Nebula. Thank you saying I'm nice. I look nice and tidy. Thank you. You never had grandparents. Oh, poor you, Deborah. I'm so sorry. No, I mean, my mother never knew her grandparents either, so you're not the only person I know who never knew grandparents, I'm afraid. So I'm extremely sorry, Deborah. I'm extremely sorry. Nutmeg, I completely agree with you. Mining industry really had such a significant history in the country. Hello, Alice. Oh, gosh, you're exposing how old I am. What I'm trying to do, Alice, I'm trying to beat the live streaming record from the live stream that recently took place, being the live stream that happened yesterday, in the early hours of yesterday, being the previous late night live. I'm trying to beat the record of it. It was over 3 hours long, the late night live. And this one, well, I'm trying to beat the record of it. That's what I'm trying to do, just to say. But Alice, doing a late night live stream, it's tremendously fun. It is tremendously fun, I must say. And all that. No, really, it's going to be it's tremendously fun because, I've had the inspiration to do late night lives as a result of Danette and Anthony after watching their late night live. But when they did the late night live, it was late night New York time when they did it because they're New Yorkers, Danette and Anthony. If I'm trying to beat a record, oh, thank you, Martin. Thank you. That's nice of you to have said so. Thank you. Nutmeg. Thank you. I'm just being me. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Nebula. Thank you. But Marcia, I need to answer Marcia's question. No, I'm not going to be up all night long. It's not something I would seldom do things like that. No, I would really very, very, very seldom do things like that, Marcia. Do be assured on that. The record for live streaming time, it was about 3 hours, 20 something minutes, something like that, Martin. And I'm trying to beat that today. I am bloody determined to bloody well beat it. Any more records you want to beat before we begin? Oh, yes, but first, keep those fucking trolls out of our fucking sights. Excuse the language. Sorry about that. Sorry about the naughty Brian Blessed swearing behaviour and all the rest of things. Oh, Alice. You were in here a moment ago, weren't you, Alice? Alice, I just want to hug you tightly. No, really, I do. Oh, no. I mean, who couldn't love you, Alice, or who wouldn't want to just hug you tightly when acquainted with you? I mean, we love you dearly, don't we? Same with Nutmeg. Who wouldn't want to love and hug Nutmeg so tightly in a great tightening grip? We love you both dearly, and we mean this, and we would never take you both for granted either. Oh, really? It cracks you up when I swear, Nutmeg. Oh, gosh. No, I'm not going to sleep in. I'm not going to sleep in, Nutmeg. I'm not going to sleep in. I'll probably try and get a good 6 hours or so, and all that. Because, like I said before, Nutmeg, I generally sleep about 6 to 8 hours a day. Look up St. Nicholas Breaker. It was the oldest break. Oh, interesting. Very interesting indeed. Interesting information, Deborah, I must say. Hold the fort. Hold the fort, BRB. Well said, Jody. Well said. Not to worry, Nutmeg. We make mistakes. I used to sleep longer than 8 hours, but the older I got, the older you get, you don't really need it as much as I've so come to realize and have experienced and all that. Since achieving my 20s, I mean, I've only been better off sleeping about 6 to 8 hours a day and all that, just to say. So, but do be assured, Nutmeg, I would not sleep in, but I would have a good, hopefully 6 to 8 hours and all that. Sapper, I mean, did you have a nice time at the beach, by the way? Did you enjoy your time at the beach with the dogs? Did the doggies enjoy their paddle in the sea and all the rest of things, Jody! Jody! Oh, Sapper. That is just too funny. And all the rest of things. Excuse me a moment. Oh, sorry. Excuse me a moment. I've sadly got to nip to the toilet real quickly, but I will be back in a few short moments. I'll need to. Oh, you're on your way to the beach now. It's 2 hours from home. Oh, gosh, I didn't realize this, Sapper. Didn't realize it was 2 hours from you. I thought you'd already gone. But I just got to nip to the bathroom, but I'll be back in a few short moments and all that. Right, I'm here. Sorry about this. Sorry if I took a long time. I mean, I used the toilet, but I had to get another drink. That's all I had to do. Am I missing anything? Sapper, you heard every splash. Oh gosh, the door. And we've got Daphne, but I don't think she's interested in the live one. Hello, Daphne. Oh dear. Aches and pains, bloody hell. There we are. Sorry in advance, any T-Po's not got eyes on, never mind. Oh, thank you, Alice, thank you. You didn't have to sing this, but thank you. Thank you, Martin, for the nice things you had to say, and thank you, Alice, Nutmeg, Nebula. Martin. Oh, Martin. And Alice, and Nutmeg. Oh, gosh. Honestly, when I had to go to the bathroom. Maple Hill between Shenandoah and Mahanoy City. Oh, interesting. Oh, Daphne, hello. Hello. Daphne's in here. Hello. Say hello to beautiful Maine Coon Beauty. Hello. Hello, beautiful. Oh. Hello, you. Hello. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. She just leaped out. She wasn't ready for it. She wasn't ready. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Gertrude. One more time. It's okay. Say hello, Daphne. Say hello. Beautiful Daphne. I imagine if Smudge is seeing this, Joy. Hello, my beauty. Hello. Okay, here you go. Oh. Thank you, Nebula and Gertrude, for your friendliness towards Daphne. Thank you. Oh, gosh. Daphne says piss off. Oh, God. Everyone, don't piss your knife. Wookie, has Wookie just seen Daphne, Marcia? Now he wants a girlfriend. Having a drink to keep the stamina up. Well, what you said, Martin. Well, about her breed, the Maine Coon breed. Well, what I would say, Martin, is, Maine Coon are an emotionally complex breed of cat. Having seen those experiences with Daphne, Maine Coons are truly an emotionally complex breed of cat, Martin. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry, Alice. You were just trying to be funny, that's all. All our Alice was trying to do was be as funny as hell, Yes, well said, Gertrude, well said. Why on earth would Gertrude be taking the bloody piss? She's not stupid. She's a wonderful woman, as Brian Blessed would so say. Smudge would love Daphne. Interesting learning this, Joy. Very interesting learning this from you. And gosh, we got over 30 likes and over 24 views in nearly 3 hours. Well, we're nearly beating the record of the previous late night live stream. Alice certainly is funny, Joy, yes, as is Michelle in Wales. She too is very funny too. And no, yes, Gertrude, they truly are great, I must say. Oh, Martin, honestly, Martin, you cannot get enough of an impression of impressionisms, can't you? And all that. Your cat doesn't like to be held, Nutmeg. Oh, I would have thought she liked a nice hug before bed. Honestly, would have thought that. Honestly, would have thought she loved a nice good night hug, because you said you like nice big tightening grip of hugs before bed, don't you? Interesting information you had to share, Deborah, regarding a building that's been demolished. You like a nice hug before bed. Do you give your dogs a nice hug before bed, Sapper, and all that? Or is it you and your wife who have a nice hug before bed? Because I know you said, why are there rumors going around about my wife and I divorcing or splitting up? I love my wife. I remembered you saying that quite crossly, saying, I love my wife. We're not separating. No, 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 and all that and so forth. But I'm sorry if I spread too much misinformation, Siapa. Your cat likes limited hugs. Oh, she's very limited to hugs. Oh, okay. But at least you give her a hug before bed. That's the main thing, you know. Because, like you said, you do have the affinity. You do like hugs before bed, don't you, Nutmeg? You got a cat named Patches on Coleman, and she's real fuzzy. If she knew, is Patches new, Deborah? I thought you already had some cats, and that your cats like Daphne and Nixie. I mean, but my cat, the one cat of mine you really cannot cuddle or hug is Nixie. Once you give her a cuddle, that's it. She just leaps right out of your arms, just within about 30 seconds after you're holding her. You really cannot cuddle Nixie to tell you odd things. Daphne, well, normally she doesn't mind a cuddle, but she will tell you after a short while that she wants to be put down. Your missus likes limited hugs. Is this your wife? She likes limited hugs. Really? Oh gosh, I didn't realize. I didn't realize she didn't like hugs, Martin. I never realized she was never open to hugs. Come to think of it, when I weighed 9 stone 4 pounds or 130 pounds, I don't think I had a particular affinity for hugs, but to be honest with you, I'm much more relaxed about receiving hugs. No, really, I am. Especially since I put on weight, I'm much more relaxed about receiving hugs. You know, especially from close friends and family and all that. But sorry if it was too much, all that I had to share. You give your dogs hugs. One sleeps right now. Oh, God. That is so interesting. That is interesting. Your dog sleeps right next to. Oh gosh. You don't like cats, Sappo, really? You think cats have attitude problems? Really? You think cats have attitude problems? Gosh. Hugs for you always, lovely Marcia. I mean, receiving a nice hug is a nice source of emotional medicine, isn't it, my lovely Marcia? I've certainly got to point this out, you know. I've certainly got to say and all that. And a nice virtual hug to you as well, lovely Joy. And a hug to your smudge, too. Your smudger smudge. It's like he spoons and puts his head on the pillow. Your girl will sometimes sleep at your feet, but she prefers the dog. You weren't referring to your best friend, weren't you? Who you've spoken about before, your best friend who's many years younger than yourself. But interesting story you had to share. But I'm just so sorry about Deborah's original best friend, Gigi. But I'm happy she's got Heidi now as her best friend, and so forth. You know, one of your cats used to be a psychopath with his razor claws. Oh gosh, no, that is a problem. You don't like pilots; they have altitude problems. Don't worry, Martin. You're just sharing your opinion. That's all. Oh, Alice, thank you for your friendliness towards Zeph. Thank you. Well, Zeph, I think the thing that you're waiting for right now is a great big hug from Alice, in the comparable way to how you'd generally be awaiting a great big hug from lovely Lindy in Liverpool and all that, because both you and Lindy, as I've seen you both in the live chat, whenever I'm hosting a live, both of you generally get on very well, don't you? Yes, it is always howdy howdy from you, isn't it, Zeph? In referral to your cowgirl affinity. Cheers, everybody. When doing a late night live, have a good mug of milk to keep your stamina up. But just limit the sherry drinking to keep your stamina up. No, we're happy to have you on here, Zaf. No, you're always good to all of us and really friendly to everybody, not to mention. I mean, who couldn't be fortunate to be friends with you? I mean, it's no wonder why I would conceivably believe it's no wonder why you're such good friends with your best friend who's only in her early 60s. Your best friend who you spoke about quite openly to all of us before. Daphne, what are you doing? Hello, Daphne. No, Daphne, you're not going to eat through my charger. No, I'm afraid not. No. I caught you on that, Daphne. No, you're not going to eat through my charger. Daphne, you'd be surprised. Okay, ta-ta for now, Sapper. You take care. Yes, you're perking up. Yes, Sapper, don't worry. I'll be okay. Yes, take the wheel safely when going to the beach with your dogs, won't you? And drive safely going to the beach, won't you? But Daphne, you'd be surprised, but when my Daphne was a kitten, she had a complete habit of eating through chargers. Any charger she would see with her own eyes, she would try and eat through it. I mean, Daphne would literally try whatever way she could and eat through whatever Daphne would try and eat through any charger she could see or any wire she could see in whatever way she could when she was a kitten. And I did catch her trying to do exactly the same thing she did when she was a kitten. I mean, she's 3 years of age now, and now she's trying to revert back to that habit. I mean, can you believe that? Yes, that is naughty, isn't it, Zeph? Nixie did try and do this, but when my mother berated Nixie for trying to do what Daphne did, Nixie stopped it altogether. Nixie's generally a good girl. Daphne's good, but she's more naughty than Nixie. And sometimes Daphne tries to beat Nixie up. Sometimes when you see Daphne and Nixie together, it's like seeing the Kevin Hart gets arrested by Shaq comedy sketch and all that, because there's a comedy sketch video of Kevin Hart, the actor, getting arrested by Shaq, the great big huge former NBA basketball playing superstar and all that. I mean, but could you imagine anybody being pulled over and arrested and detained by a 7'1" former NBA superstar, basketball legend, Shaq O'Neal? Can you imagine that? Hello to Heidi. Hello once again, Heidi. I know you were on here a moment ago, but it's good seeing you on here again. Please, Jodie, don't worry about missing Heidi. No worries at all whatsoever, my lovely. No worries at all. And all that. Ugh. I'm not going to give a lot of comment on the Speedos, Martin. I mean, the chef legend, Gordon Ramsay, turned up at his daughter's secondary school wearing a tight pair of Speedos, believe this or not. And his daughter was like, Dad, seriously, are you fucking kidding me? And could you imagine, imagine your parents turning up at your school saying, Son, daughter, I'm up here. And they'd just come over and they're wearing these tight pair of Speedos. Imagine that. Embarrassing. Oh, Alice, you are just too much, aren't you? Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, God, Gertrude, body speed. I did know this actually, Zeph. Yes, I did know this. But could you imagine, Zeph, you going out for a drive and then you're pulled over and then Shaq's pulling you over. You get out and then that's it. You're physically arrested and detained by him. Could you imagine that, Zeph, if that was you? In the way he did this with Kevin Hart in the comedy sketch. Honestly, it's an extremely funny comedy sketch when Kevin Hart gets arrested by Shaq. Honestly, it's extremely funny. No, really, it is, I must say. Better than wearing G-No speed. Honestly, but now is this Speedo Gate? We've now gone from Boob Gate to Speedo Gate. No. Oh no, your internet's buffering. Oh, Gertrude, my apologies hearing this. My apologies hearing this. It's Shack Attack, yes. Well, Martin, if I may ask you, taking into account that you're only a short 5'5" man, how would you feel if 7'1" Shaq pulled you over and then immediately physically arrested you immediately after pulling you over whilst going out for a drive? If in the United States of America, how would you feel if that happened to you? We'd like to hear your answer on that. Alice, I mean, it seems to have gone from Boob Gate to Speedo Gate now. Oh. Well, not so much for that on Speedo Gate, Zeph, but the Kevin Hart gets arrested by Shaq. Seeing your sentiment on that, I would concur to it. You know. Yes, Nutmeg Sapper, behave. Especially when he's talking about cats, saying that they have attitude problems and all that. You'd feel a bit oh, Martin, why would you feel violated if Shaq just pulled you over and arrested you? You know, I mean, I remember asking my mother this, because my mother's not all that tall in height as well. She's shorter than Nutmeg. And I was like, I actually showed her the comedy sketch. And I said, how would you feel if that was you being pulled over and arrested by a 7'1" former NBA superstar basketball player? And my mother was like, she said, I'll just be anything you say, because he's so huge. Yes, Shaq is so huge. Yes. Says to someone who's what? Far more than twice the weight I am and all that, you know. He's massive, the guy, huge. Not only is he extremely tall at over 7 foot, but he's extremely massive. Martin, this is not StreamYard, so sadly I can't invite because This is not being done on StreamYard. And but can I tell you something, Martin? I haven't made this specifically clear to you, but late night live streams, they're not going to be done on StreamYard. The only live streams I'm going to do on StreamYard are the inspirational live streams, the Saturday Livestream Specials, and the occasional naughty boy, naughty girl impromptu live streams. Those are or possibly the very occasional live stream special. So, Martin, those four category of live streams all done on StreamYard, those are the only ones I'll be inviting guests on. But the fifth category of live stream, late night live stream, the newest and latest one, only going to be done on a sporadically done basis. They will not be done on StreamYard because I will not invite guests past midnight UK time. Just to say, I wanted to make that absolutely clear. Not just with you, but everybody. I have seen Shaq play basketball highly, yes. What a player he is, I must say. He wouldn't be able to play basketball now highly, because after a certain age, you don't play basket. Many basketball players stop playing basketball once they're a certain age, to tell you on things highly. They normally start at a very young age, but then they stop once they get to into their latter 30s, early 40s, something like that. You like the late night format? Thank you, Zeph. No, the late night UK format, Zeph, it will never be done on StreamYard because I will not invite guests past midnight UK time. Basketball's your favourite sport. How wonderful learning this from you, Heidi. How very wonderful learning this from you indeed. Oh, have you got to go now, Deborah? Night night to you and great big hugs to you always. Well, I think if it was me, I don't know if it would be a cozy one. Says to a man prone to feeling the cold a lot, the older he got in age. Don't know if me giving you a hug would be a cozy one. But I think had it been you giving me a cozy hug, a hug, Deborah, it would probably likely be a cozy one. But if it was me giving you a nice big tightening grip of a hug, I don't know. I probably seldom think it would be a cozy one. But good night for now, won't you, Deborah? You sleep well. Hope you and your cat sleep well too. Big hugs to you always. Thank you, Alison Nutmeg, for your friendliness towards Deborah. Thank you. Thank you. I hope she sleeps well. I really do hope she sleeps well. And thank you, Zeph, for your friendliness towards Deborah as she's gone to bed now. Thank you. Thank you. We do love our Deborah, don't we? I mean, I love her too. You know, it was her son and her best friend who did come onto my live stream, and they said to me, it was her son who said, "My mother does love you," and I was like, "Thank you, Sebastian. It was certainly wonderful hearing from you." One thing I wanted to share regarding love, Alice. Since encountering Graham and Fiona and the community that they provide, it taught me to love my friends. It really did teach me to love my friends, Alice, to tell you odd things and all that. No, it really did. There was a period where I shied away from saying that I loved my friends, but since encountering Graham and Fiona and, just the friendly connection, and the friendship group, with all the people who follow them whenever they're live streaming and all that, it taught me to learn to love my friends. No, it really did teach me that. Like you, Nutmeg, I too love Graham and Fiona too. Daphne, hello again. Gosh, went out of the room and now you've come back in again. Hello. There's no trying to eat through chargers, Daphne, okay? No trying to do that again. I mean that. No trying to eat through chargers. No, they really are, Jodie. And can I tell you something, Jodie? my wonderful new friend, Tony Stark, the Oklahoma resident. I mean, you'd be familiar with her already. I mean, I know you'd already be familiar of her. She said something to me which I completely agree with as to what she said to me. I completely agree to her on this. That Graham and Fiona have this new unique way of making lastly bonds with people as if we've already known them for a long time. In a good, not in a bad way, but in a good way, in a completely good way. And I completely agree with her on that. Maria P., hello to you. Hello to you. And thank you, Martin. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. That's very nice of you to have said this. Thank you. No, love is important, Alice. Yes, no, it really is important. I mean, who couldn't love you as a friend? I mean, it was Tony who said to me on the Halloween 2023 live stream Graham and Fiona were hosting at the time of Halloween 2023. I don't know if they're going to do a Halloween live stream special for 2024, but if they're not going to do a Halloween live stream special for 2024, would I personally do one? Well, I don't know, but if I saw that they were not going to be hosting a live stream for Halloween 2024, I would think about doing a Halloween 2024 live stream special, but I'm yet to decide on that. That's all I can really say at the moment, just to tell you of things. I mean, unless Graham and Fiona don't schedule a Halloween live stream special, I would think about it, but I cannot say I would definitely decide to commit and do it. You know, you off. Great big hugs to you, lovely Marcia. Sleep well, and love to your cat and your dog, your cat Wookie, and your dog Sky. We love you too, Deborah. Well, who couldn't love you, Deborah? We love you dearly. Oh, yes, sleep well, lovely Maria. Nighty night, lovely Maria. Sleep well, won't you? I could dress up as Hugh Hefner, easy costume, silk robe. Very interesting, Martin. Oh, nutmeg, very interesting, nutmeg. You had to share this, thank you. Oh, Daphne, if you want to know why my arm is moving on the left, because Daphne's with me. Daphne, say hello to the beautiful Maine Coon beauty. This is her. That's the beautiful Maine Coon beauty. Hello. Hello. Hello, beautiful. Hello. Oh, you're purring, are you? Oh, wonderful. Oh, lovely. Good night, lovely Marcia. Hugs and love always. Oh, Daphne, you again. Hello, you. Hello. Oh. Hello, beautiful. Hello. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for your friendliness towards Daphne, and thank you, Joy. Am I? Oh, Zeph, yes, now I'm just seeing it. I too loved the Christmas lives Graham and Fiona did. It was only 2023 that I first became familiar of them, because that was the year I first became familiar of Graham, back in 2023. And honest, oh my goodness, I mean, I cannot tell you how fortunate I feel to have become a friend acquainted with Graham. Since we first became acquainted with one another back in 2023, I'm so happy and I feel extremely fortunate to have an acquainted friendship with them and and to be associated with both Graham and Fiona when it comes to following their community, and of course with Trevor too, and not just Trevor, Duchess Blair, the Hutches, the Hutches, Duchess Blair. I couldn't be more fortunate to be associated with them because of Graham and Fiona, and and Sapper too as well. No, yes, those who are living on their own, or those who really don't have a lot of family, their Christmas lives really are instrumentally useful with easing the burden of loneliness. Zeph, that's something I could point out to you. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for your friendliness towards Daphne. Oh, the Christmas lives are brilliant. No, I mean, not make the Christmas lives Graham and Fiona do are well and truly brilliant, I must say. Gosh, we've beaten a record already of the live stream of the recent late night live stream. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. I don't know if Daphne's my sidekick, but she just came over to me. That's all. Oh, sorry. Well, all right. I'll show again. That's her next to me. All right. Just a moment. Well, there you are. If you want to know what the size of my arm looks like, this is what it looks like. Skinny, 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 I'm afraid. But there we are. There we have things. But I hope it wasn't too much for you all. I agree with you, Alice. Yes, no, Fiona really did look very pretty on the New Year's 2024 live stream, which could explain why she looks years younger than the age she is now. I mean, my Edmund, when he was Fiona's age, he looked years older, to tell you what things. How did I become acquainted with Graham and Fiona? It was a video I had taken in the Brighton Hove region, and it was that May 2023 evening. I received a comment from Graham, and this is the first time I'd ever became acquainted. We didn't know of each other in the slightest whatsoever. But to be honest with you, I think I screwed up with the video, because it didn't come out how Graham liked it to. But I apologized and all that, and I said, I'll always try and make strides to do better next time. And we just got very conversant together that evening. We got conversant, and he spoke to me about his time when he went to Brighton and all that, and so forth, and a lot of his past experiences and everything. And then he spoke to me about Fiona and their past experiences and all that. And then I heard from him again not too long. I heard from Graham again less than a week later, and the support I'd received from him was valuable. I mean, not too long after we first became acquainted with one another, I noticed him in a very friendly way, taking me under his wing from time to time, which is something I truly valuably appreciate. So that was how it initially began, but Fiona didn't know about me. It was only Graham that knew about me in May of 2023, but it wasn't until September of 2023 that Fiona became familiar of me. Since making my presence seen on a live stream, and since making my presence seen on the live stream, I now associate myself with the community. It's a pleasure indeed, Alice. It's certainly a pleasure indeed. You're planning on taking a trip to Brighton in the next couple of weeks. Interesting. I didn't realize this, Martin, but interesting seeing you having to share this with me. Thank you. Thank you. You sleep well too, lovely Maria. It was wonderful having you on here. Thank you, Nutmeg. Thank you for your friendliness towards Maria. I mean, who couldn't value your friendliness, Nutmeg? We do love and value your friendliness most sincerely. Your lovingly pleasant friendliness, that is, and so forth, and all the rest of it. Thank you, Nebula. You didn't have to, but thank you. That was a nice thing for you to have said so. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I could never take Graham, Fiona, or Trevor for granted. I could never take them for granted. I really couldn't. And neither could I take Hutch and Mel or Duchess Blair for granted either. I mean, I really couldn't. No, I well and truly could never take them for granted. That much more could certainly be said, you know. No, I could never take them for granted. I really couldn't. I well and truly couldn't. I do hope your trip to Brighton, Martin, getting to Martin's point now about his future plans to go to Brighton in the next couple of weeks. Well, I hope your time in Brighton goes extremely well for you, Martin. I really do hope it goes well for you. Sorry, it was just Daphne. She's still sitting next to me. Am I going for a resort? I wasn't going for a resort, Jodie, no, but I was stroking Daphne. Oh, record breaking. Yes, it is a record break. I've already broken a record now. No, I've already broken the record now, Jodie, because it didn't make 3.5 hours, the last one, but it already has. But I'm still gonna, I'm gonna go on certainly longer than 3 hours, 30 minutes. Yes, 3.5 hours live, Nutmeg, I know, yes. But it's gonna be longer than 3.5 hours. But can I tell you something, Nutmeg? When I encountered the late night New York time live, Danette and Anthony were doing, they did a live stream for 5 hours. They did it for 5 hours in total, and I only got in about an hour or so when they were live streaming, and that was the first time I'd encountered them. And I stayed right until the very end of everything, and it was nearly 4 hours long that I was on it for. So you can imagine that, Nutmeg. And it was fun. Honestly, if it's with a couple like Danette and Anthony, it was laid back humor and a lot of silly, funny banter. But it's not crude banter, by the way. Honestly, I mean, I just couldn't walk away when I was on. I really couldn't. It was just fun. Too much fun. Oh, Nebula. Oh, it's nice that you show much affection towards me. Lots of hugs always to you. Love, hugs to you always. And thank you, Nutmeg, for your lovingly friendly affection towards me too. Lots of great big tightening grip of hugs always. And had it been just before bed, definitely a nice hug before bed. Oh. Since you said you'll have a nice big tightening grip of a hug before going to bed, don't you? Thank you, Maria. Hugs to you as well. Thank you. Thank you. Am I really, Nutmeg? You live next door to a city named Brighton in Massachusetts. You've been a big supporter of the Hutches for the last couple of years, Martin. Really? I didn't realize you followed the Hutches, Martin. I really didn't know that. No, I well and truly never knew that up to now. I really didn't. I've never seen you in the Hutches live streams whenever they're going live. I've never seen you in them, but very interesting knowing that you've been a strong supporter towards the Hutches. One thing I would never do is if when the Hutches are doing their Sunday lives, I would never do a live when they're going live. I wouldn't want to miss it. Their Sunday lives are always brilliant whenever I watch them and all that. Sorry, it was just Daphne. In Massachusetts and the rest of New England, we have a lot of town cities. After the very interesting, very interesting. You're in Illinois, Hailey. How interesting. How very, very interesting learning this from you. Very interesting. Wow. Wow. God. It's only once this happened, and I don't know if it's going to happen again. I don't know if it's going to happen again, this P-gate thing. No. No. Be careful how we mention it, because we don't want to get into trouble with this. We really don't. And neither of us want to get trolled for that, do we? You know. You've got relatives in what? CT, I imagine that's short for Connecticut. But you've got relatives in Connecticut. How wonderful. And how very interesting learning this from you, Alice. How very, very interesting indeed. Interesting story. Nebula. There's the Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men British television series. Brilliant one. And there's also the Thomas the Tank Engine Bill and Ben too. How I know that was because I used to read the Railway series books as a little boy. And I know those characters and all that, the little tank engine twins in the Railway series. So interesting what you had to share, Nebula. Very, very interesting you had to so share and all that. Sap has said that to me many times before when we used to do our weight banter before I took it too far following that incident. And sometimes I would say something like, something about his weight, it would this, that would happen without really meaning it. I was saying it just to be silly and funny. And sometimes you'd say, piss off. And all that. When he revealed to me what his weight was, I was like, oh my goodness, that is huge. And he was like, oi, piss off, mate. All that. Honestly, or sometimes I'd say if he ever had his beard grown out, I would say it's like something pounds, something stones more weight with the beard on. And sometimes he'd be laughing and say, piss off, mate, or sometimes go, piss off, that sort of thing. Excuse the action I did, sorry. But it's very, very funny, Nebula, what you had to say. Very, very funny indeed. No, but regarding Sapper and mine and Sapper's weight banter, the future of it, we don't do it on lives anymore. We're only going to do it outside of YouTube lives following that incident. Yes, that's the author who did the Thomas the Tank Engine Railway Series books, based on the Railway Series by the Reverend Wilbert Audrey. I do know that completely well, Martin. I do know this completely well indeed, for sure. Let's see. There's Cambridge, Oxford, Brighton, Essex, Southbridge, Uxbridge, Plymouth. And there's also a Worcester in Massachusetts as well, apparently. Gosh, very interesting indeed. Now, I do know that there are some UK town names over in certain states of the United States of America and all that. And there's a London in Canada, believe this or not. You're from Uxbridge. Really, Martin? You're from Uxbridge in England. How interesting learning this from you. Southborough, I know Southborough, England, and there's the Southborough, Worcester, Massachusetts. Interesting. And yes, I do know of Worcester, Massachusetts. London's in Ontario. Okay, thank you for reminding me of this, Jodie. Thank you. Thank you. You've been to London in Canada, Martin. How interesting. How interesting learning this from you. Your oldest loved Thomas the Tank Engine. Interesting. Good railway series. I am aware that they had the children's television show. I am aware of that. There's a Brighton in Washington State in King County. How interesting. And there's a London in Connecticut. Impressive. Very impressive. There's an Alton in Illinois, and there's an Alton in County Hampshire in England, to tell oneself of things. And Alton was where the late Robert Grant Pittswayton lived, to tell oneself of things. Not Alton, Illinois, but Alton, County Hampshire, England in the United Kingdom, to tell oneself of things, just to share. No, it really is extremely interesting, Heidi. No, I completely agree with you on that. No, it really is extremely interesting, Heidi, I must say. No, really well said. Extremely well said indeed, I must say. I think the reason behind some British towns being named in the United States after British towns in England, I think it had something to do with British immigrants residing in the United States of America, Canada, so forth, something like that. I think that's the reason behind it, as far as I'm certain, and all that, and so forth. You don't know your US towns? Not very. Oh well. Oh no, we have things all that. Yeah. Sorry, I was laughing at something else. Sorry. Boo! Oh, Nebula. You are funny. There's a Paris in Texas. Gosh. There's Paris, France, Paris, Texas. Goodness, that is surprising. That is surprising. But now, are there any more interesting names in the United States of America that are the same in names of towns you have in the United Kingdom or other places around the world on our planet Earth that are named in the United States of America. Quite like, all right, I'll show you once again. Yeah, yes, before you ask, yes, skinny arm. Skinny arm. Well, I think Nutmeg said that's smaller than her arms, but we're all different, aren't we? There we are. Because one would have partially seen my arm partially exposed. Well, to show what it looks like, the real thing, and feel this is what it looks like, and all that. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh. No, Martin, we can't do that banter on a live. The banter, I took it too far, and since taking it too far, I've stopped with it on lives, I'm afraid. If we did it outside of a live, that would be different, but doing it on a live, it's not a good idea following the incident that happened back in July 2024, and it was completely my fault that it happened because of... No, Martin, don't worry. I mean, if the incident didn't happen, it would have almost certainly carried on, but goodness knows how much further it could have gone on and all that, Martin, and all that. But it was even my best friend David, when he watched the replay of it and saw the incident of what had all happened and all that, he said, "You need to put this weight thing to bed now." But he understood it was myself, and originally it came from myself and Sapper having a lot of weight banter together whenever we see each other in live streams and all that. But I took things too far, and I was like to Sapper, I was like, no more weight banter on a live. Let's do it outside of a live instead. But don't worry, Martin, you didn't know. Don't worry. But I think had the incident not happened, I think we could have done some weight banter together. But following the incident, I don't do it with anybody now. On a YouTube live, I wouldn't do it on a YouTube live now. Oh, God. Jody, you'd have to send me to Hutch's gym. Oh, that'd be a bit torturous. That'd be a torturous thing to do. Martin, you didn't know. Don't worry, you didn't know. You didn't know. Yes, no, I know there are lots of Santas in California. There's Santa Monica, Santa Barbara, Santa Rosita. Gosh, I think the only Santa things I know of are Santa Barbara, Santa Rosita, Santa Monica in California. San Francisco, that's almost something a lot of people almost certainly know of, San Francisco. So gosh, we're just almost having a geography. It's like a geography lesson in here right now in the final moments of the live stream. But do be assured, are we finishing? Not now, no. But when we get to 4 hours, we're going to think about, I need to start thinking about wrapping things up. But not now, not now. We've still got time for the geography lesson that's going on right now, the geography lessons, potential geography lessons, that is, and not just potential geography lessons happening right now regarding places in the United States of America being named after other prominent places in other parts of the world, but also to have other fun and, naughty boy, naughty girl banter and things, completely excluding, bloody excluding weight banter and all that. Isn't there a Halifax in Canada? I'm pretty certain there's a Halifax in Canada, Nebula, because I've got a friend, my friend Alison. She lives in Halifax, California, and there's Halifax in Yorkshire, in England. Is this Rochester, United States of America? Because there's a Rochester in Kent, Old Curiosity Shop, Rochester, Kent. Gordon's alive! Yes! Yeah. I don't know. There's a San Antonio, but that's Texas. You're about 2 hours from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. You go there a lot. How interesting, Alice. How very interesting. Halifax is north of Maine. Oh, thank you for sharing so, Nutmeg. Thank you. And there's a Halifax. Yes, Nova Scotia. Yeah, that's it. Canada, Nova Scotia, Canada. That's where my friend Alison is located, who I just mentioned a few short moments ago. That was who I mentioned a few short moments ago. Yes, this is certainly completely right, Zeph. Yes, well said. Completely well said and accurately and rightly well spot on. And all that, and so forth and things. You're watching Columbo right now. Martin, I used to watch Columbo a lot at one point. Fantastic television series. No, really fantastic television series, Columbo. Late Peter Falk, who unfortunately died, sadly, but there we are. But fantastic series, Columbo. I could imagine Halifax in Nova Scotia in Canada is beautiful, Jodie. I could certainly imagine so, and I would certainly believe it. There's a Halifax in Massachusetts. Really? Oh, wow. You loved Vancouver when you visited in 2002. Wonderful. I've never been to Vancouver, British Columbia, but I'm happy you had the experience of going there from all those years ago. Columbo was your mother's favourite show. I didn't realise this, Nutmeg, but thank you for sharing so all the same. You love Columbo too, Joy. I didn't know that. Brilliant. A truly brilliant television show. Truly brilliant. It is good, Martin. No, it is really well and truly good. Columbo, I must say. Columbo, well and truly good series. Worth the watch too, I must say. And all that. Oh dear. Halifax is full of drug addicts, tent cities, and lots of crime. Oh, awful. No, that is well and truly awful. How it could get to the point where it's now completely crime-ridden and a tent city. No, that really is well and truly awful. But how would I regard London? Well, it's certain parts of it that are very dangerously crime-ridden and all that. Awful. Awful. Oh, no, I did hear that. I did hear that San Francisco is painfully crime-ridden. I did hear that it's painfully crime-ridden, and various other parts of California are not. It's now got to the point where they're nothing but painfully crime-ridden. I did know that. I did know this for sure. Yes, no, very good question, Nebula. Well, if one wonders if an American hot dog is different to the British hot dog, very good question indeed, I must say. I mean, extremely good question, No, it really is a good question, Alice, what Nebula was asking. Extremely good question, I must say. Well and truly good. You're still, yes, I am. Aries, hello. One thing I wanted to say, Aries, happy 75th birthday to your mother from April of 2024. But I hope her 76th in April 2025 goes extremely well for her. I really do hope so. She's really now not terribly far off 80 now. But I hope it goes well for her, Aries, just to say. Sorry I didn't say enough. Sold our condo there because there was no point to go back because of the crime, how crime ridden it is. Oh, no, it's dreadfully awful. When a city becomes very nice and then for it to eventually become painfully crime ridden and extremely dangerous, that is an extremely sad reality. No, it really is. A well and truly extremely sad reality. That much more could certainly be pointed out on those matters and all that, and so forth. Okay. Sleep well, won't you, lovely Ellies? Ta-ta for now. Tent cities in Seattle too. I could never have thought there were tent cities over in Seattle, Alice, but very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, that is obscene. That's obscene. That's well and truly obscene, Zev. People living in California, pay the homeless $1,000 per month to live on the streets. No, that's hard. That's truly awful. Tent City, Park Lane, London. Dreadful. Dreadful. No, it has gone well and truly upside down, nutmeg, yes, well and truly. Well shared. Completely well shared. Completely well shared on that matter. Can't even begin to explain how upside down it's become. Dreaded. It's all over the West Coast that it happens, Zev. Oh, bloody hell, that's awful. Bloody awful, I must say. Good you bring them things to help out, Alice. Very good hearing this. Completely, sadly depressing, highly well said. Well said statement yourself and Nutmeg have had to so share regarding those very matters and all that. Well, very, very well shared. Thank you, Jodie, for all that you had to share towards Alice, as it has proved instrumentally useful and quite potentially valuable information to her and all the rest of things. But sorry if this was misinformation when sharing this, Alice. Apologies on that. Well, Nutmeg, this is completely right. Completely right, and an extremely big and very well shared and extremely explicit point you've had to share. Extremely explicit point. No, Jodie's Canada, Alice. Jodie is Canada. It's me who's United Kingdom. But Nutmeg, an extremely explicitly well shared point. Very, very well shared point indeed, for sure. No, really, well shared. Well shared. Martin, it's certainly a pleasure. It was wonderful having you on here. I mean, we're not finishing just yet, but once we get to 4 hours, we're going to think about wrapping things up, Martin. And this is a record. This is a record. We've gone on nearly 4 hours. Nearly four hours. Bloody hell. I mean, it's 4 hours. I mean, that's a record. It's a record. Yes, it is too bad, Alice. Too bad. How long until the 4 hours, Martin? Just short of 2 minutes. Just short of 2 minutes now. Thank you, Jody. Thank you. Yes, it is a big new record, I must say. And thank you, Alice. Thank you. And thank you, Joy. Thank you. It's a hell of a record, Zeph. It's one hell of a record, this very matter. No, it's really, really a hell of a record. We're really not far off 4 hours now. We're less than 1 minute off of 4 hours. Thank you, Hayley. Thank you. Thank you. But some very well shared points on certain other terrible troubles and all that. Well shared statements, especially what's all being shared in the live chat. Something I completely agree and concurrently agree with and all that. But well and truly. I know, Nutmeg, yes. A great long 4 hours. It is a wow. Oh, wow. Yes, it really is it is a record. You've got a bottle of Pomagni chilling in the fridge for this moment. Oh gosh, you're still drinking at this time, Martin. Gosh. The problem is compounded. Well said. Very well said. Extremely well said. Clean and sober treatment isn't going to work if people don't want it. Well said. Well said, Zeph. Well said, yeah. It has a tiring side effect, Joy, yes. Yes, Martin's a man of celebration, Nutmeg, yes. He really truly is, I must say. Oh, Alice and Joy. Nice seeing you both being so lovely to one another. You're still drinking, Martin. To keep feeding the habit, there is no incentive to bother. Well said, Jody. Well said. Serious about the cause. Are you serious about the cause of what the 4 hour live stream? Is this in regard to the 4 hour live stream I've done, Martin? 4 hours really is a true record because I've never done a 4 hour live stream before. Oh, lovely Alice. Lots of great big tightening grip of hugs to you always. I mean, who wouldn't want to give you a nice great big tightening grip of a hug? But Martin, I will tell you the reason why. I've done not only 4 hours, but the real reason behind the idea behind doing a late night live stream is because of a wonderful couple I now follow sporadically from time to time, Danette and Anthony. Danette and Anthony, truly brilliant couple. I only just became familiar of them on the very early hours of the 19th of August of 2024. I saw there was this live stream going on, and I'd never even heard of them. So when I saw this live on recommended, I just decided to go on to it. And then I was on the live. I was, wow. I mean, wow. I mean, just what a heck of a brilliant live stream. I mean, a truly brilliant. I mean, it's generally extremely funny, laid back humor, and sometimes some very funny stories and funny banter and all that, but not rude banter. There's fortunately no rude banter within their community, you know. So, really, and when I viewed the live stream, it was just boom. I just immersed myself with watching it. I well and truly immersed myself with watching it. I mean, I've got to say, brilliant community. They were about 1 hour into the live stream or so. And to tell you something, Martin, their live stream, Danette and Anthony's live stream, it lasted 5 hours in total. And I was on the live stream for almost 4 hours. The moment I got in, I just never left. I didn't leave until the live was over, and that was it. No, it was that good. I thought it was that good, the live. They did do a live recently, but I couldn't stay for all of it because of the previous late night live compared to before this one. So that was why I couldn't stay on all of it. And also I was over an hour late to come onto it, but never mind. Never mind. But that's one of the true reasons behind the incentive behind why this has incentivized me directly into making these late night live specials on a sporadic occasional basis and all that and so forth, you know, and all that. So there we are. There we had things and all that. So that's the reason why, Martin. But if you excuse me a moment, Martin. Martin, the link to Danette and Anthony's channels, I've just linked it for you or anybody. If you or any of you on here who are interested in viewing Danette and Anthony's content, I've just linked their channel just to say. So you know, but would I recommend it? I certainly would. Yes, I would certainly recommend Danette and Anthony for sure. I've certainly got to say. Brilliant. Joy, it is worth the watch. Danette and Anthony are well and truly worth the watch. No, they really are well and truly worth the watch. No, they really are. No, they really well and truly are. And all that, you know. No, it's really well and truly worth the watch, Danette and Anthony. No, there are really brilliant channels out there that do those sorts of lives and all that. Some lives, you know, that you could need. No, I wouldn't compare it to anything because that would offend too many people. But those sorts of lives, they prove instrumentally useful with bringing the world together, and I think that's important in this time. In our timing of today, bringing the world together is of utmost vital importance, and it's really an endearing philosophy that is so relevant and timely in our very direct timing of today, you know. And you know, and even in adversity, one dare might say, family and friends are at the heart of everything. Most certainly well said and certainly well pointed out. What is it about them? They don't do live streams all the time, but Brilliant. I mean, they're just a fantastic couple. They're worth the watch. They're extremely interesting. They're very funny. The humor they provide is laid back, very silly. It's definitely for me. It is definitely for me, Nebula. It is well and truly most definitely for me. Oh, are you talking about Graham and Fiona's lives over Christmas, Zeph? Because we spoke about it earlier on, but in con- to concurrently agree with you on the matter, Zeph. No, they're well and truly brilliant. They really are well and truly brilliant, I must say. Though really, they are well and truly brilliant, Graham and Fiona's Christmas live streams. And it was the first time I experienced watching them back in Christmas 2023, because I only just became familiar of Graham and Fiona in 2023. And I'm certainly hoping to tune in to watch their lives over Christmas 2024 if they're going to do Christmas live streams over in 2024. I'm certainly hoping so for sure, Zeph. You know, and if they're going to invite certain guests on for Christmas 2024, I would definitely try and come on a few Christmas lives or two if they invite guests on the StreamYard for it. But we shall see what happens. We shall see what happens, because I think Trevor made quite a few live stream appearances on the Christmas 2023 live streams. And I tried to make a live stream appearance temporarily on the Halloween 2023 live stream special, but it didn't work. It didn't work. But I've now made about 4 live stream appearances back in earlier this year for Graham and Fiona. Only about 4 so far. But I wouldn't go on make an appearance with them every time they're live. No, no, I wouldn't do that. That would be silly. But I'm always happy to make an occasional live stream appearance with Graham and Fiona. You first started watching them in 2022. You were experiencing a bad strain with your family, which, oh no, it dreadfully isolated you. Oh, Nutmeg, I'm extremely sorry for those troubles of yours. No, strain from your family, and then to the point where it's caused painful, chronically painful isolation, and making you feel directly isolated. No, that is chronically emotionally painful, I must say. Extremely sorry hearing this, Nutmeg. Yeah, 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 well said, Jody. Well said. Very, very well said indeed, I must say. Oh, Alice. Alice, I think what would be awaiting from you is a nice, great, big, tightening hug from lovely Nutmeg. I mean, fairly petite as Nutmeg may well be at 135 pounds, she said she's sturdy enough to handle a tightly held, tightening grip of a hug. But no offense when saying this to you, Nutmeg, of course. No offense when saying this to you. I think what's awaiting for Alice, Zeph, is if she and Nutmeg ran into each other, I think the only thing Nutmeg would be awaiting for is a nice, big, long, tightly held, tightening grip of a hug from Nutmeg. Yes, no. You said you can handle it. You said you could just about handle it. Oh, yes, always hugs to you, lovely Jodie. Hugs to you always, my lovely. All of us get the hugs on here, don't we? Indeed we do, Zeph. We all get the hugs. Who couldn't thank our Jodie enough? We couldn't thank our Jodie enough, couldn't we? Wonderful. Our wonderful Jodie, and a very well-respected friend of ours, isn't she? Given all that she does, helping Graham and Fiona's content as a moderator, Trevor Hutch's content, and Duchess Blair's content too. Oh, it's a warm and comforting one you've sent, Nebula. Well, I don't know if you're prone to feeling the cold or not and all that, Nebula, but I suppose if you're not prone to feeling the cold, I imagine it would be a cozy hug you're sending to lovely Nutmeg and all that. Yes, lots of hugs to Nutmeg, Joy. Lots of hugs to Nutmeg. Jodie knows all the skeleton. I couldn't have thought you were of skeletal weight, Alice. I wouldn't have thought that. No, I really wouldn't have thought that. Nutmeg isn't skeletal weight, but just reasonably petite. Not completely full-blown petite, but fairly petite. That is. Alice? I didn't think Alice was scheduling a live stream. I didn't think she was scheduling a live stream. I never could have thought that. We'll just need to see what Alice herself decides for herself regarding live stream content and all that. No, a lot of family issues can happen amongst all families. Only take your time. Only take your time, Alice. Just take your time. Wait a moment, Nutmeg. I'll be right with you all in a moment. Wait a moment. Well, you were asking if Alice has a channel, Nutmeg. I've just linked it to you. Just linked it. No, please, Alice, if you're not ready to do a live stream at the moment, please take all the time you need to before you feel comfortable doing it in your own shoes. That's my advice I would give to you. Only do it when you feel comfortable to do it. No, really, only... Thank you, lovely Alice. No, Alice, only feel comfortable to do a live stream when you feel happy enough to do it. You know, doing a live when you're not ready and you're not entirely confident enough to do it, that's when problems occur. You know. To be honest with you, Alice, I was initially not terribly certain about doing a live stream in 2024 when I did a video talking about doing live streams in the future, but didn't put a timeline as to when I'd start it. But then David recommended I do it soon. Still not sure I thought about it, so I worked my way around on StreamYard. I worked my way around on signing up to the StreamYard, and then I did the live in May of 2024. The first live stream I did in 2024 was test live stream, 21st of May 2024. And then I did a live stream the next day doing special thanks for making it as well, because it was generally well received when I did it. And then that was therefore began the Inspirational Livestream series after the 2 test live streams in May of 2024. And I've been doing the Inspirational Livestream series ever since. And then I started doing, and then I thought, okay, well, why not do a Saturday live stream special? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm happy you liked it and that you thought it was great. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. Only take your time. Only take your time. Oh, you've subscribed to Alice Nutmeg. Oh. Not only have you got a new subscriber, but you're going to probably get a lot of hugs sent to you from Nutmeg, Alice. Well, because like I said to you before, if you two ran into each other in the future, should it happen, I think the only thing you'd be awaiting for is a nice great big tightening grip of a tightly handheld hug from lovely Nutmeg, Alice, to tell you on things and all that. Yes, Nutmeg, no pressure to Alice, no pressure whatsoever. Deborah, hello. Oh, you cannot sleep at the moment. Did your cats wake you up? Is that right? Was that why you're probably your cats? Oh, gosh. because of your cats, probably. But do share the true reason. Sorry if I came under the wrong naughty impression. Yes, it's certainly a resounding hello to Deborah always. And certainly hello to her best friend Heidi, her much-loved daughter Cheyenne, and her much-loved and her very tall 6'2" much-loved son Sebastian, 6'2" with a long beard, as she said. You know, and all that. I think a cat's probably wakes her up. But we'll find out the true reason as to why Deborah cannot sleep. It was just a naughty impression I gave her. Yes, certainly is hello again to lovely Deborah, isn't it, lovely Jodie? Your dogs snore and wake you up. Yes. But 6'2" is tall compared to Deborah, because she's only 5'6" of height. You know, and everybody on my mother's side of the family are all 5'6" or shorter, as I'd said before. So shorter than that of Nutmeg. And shorter than that of Dawn Marie, too. Dawn Marie Smith, who's actually, believe this or not, the same height as me. She's both the same height and the same weight as me, believe this or not, Dawn Marie. She did personally tell this to me. She described herself as a big girl because of the weight she is and the height that she is. Well, 5'8", which is my height, as I've said before. And all that. Really, that's a wow to you, that Dawn Marie's the same height as myself. I didn't realize that's a wow thing to you, Alice. Wow, I didn't know. But Nutmeg, on the other hand, is the same height as one of my uncles, 5'7". But the difference being is that my Uncle Blaze would almost definitely weigh more than Nutmeg. That's the only difference. Because my Uncle Blaze is not 135 pounds. I don't know what his weight is, but my guess he's probably about 200, 210 pounds, something like that. No, he's a big guy. He's a big, big guy. But no offense to you, Nutmeg. Sorry if this was too much or caused you any offense when talking about it. Your cat sleeps. Your cat sleeps on your neck and wakes you up. That is just funny. That is truly funny. Your Cheyenne is only 5'2". Oh, Deborah. Your Cheyenne, she could still be your little girl. No, she could still be your little girl, couldn't she, Deborah? No, she really could, couldn't she? 5'2" and 5'6", respectively. She could really, well and truly, be your little girl still, couldn't she? Like the lovely young lady I ran into at Lewis Railway Station back in early March of 2024, who, though not short, she wasn't by all means short. She was either my height, maybe half an inch taller. So I would say she's about 5'8", 5'8.5", which was my guess. That was when we did actually stand up together, but that was the last time we saw each other. You know, that when we saw each other, stood up. I mean, she wasn't, not by all means short. She was certainly not short and all that, but she did open up to me that both her parents were taller than she is. And yet she was only about my sort of height or half an inch taller, but both her parents were taller than she was. Obviously, there wouldn't have been enough time for me to say, I said, you know, the positive with that is that you could still be your mum and dad's little girl, couldn't you? There wouldn't have been enough time for me to share this. Yes, I do know that, Joy, yes. Your little Lisa's only 5'2", 5'2" and 5'4.5", respectively, and just short of 6 foot and half an inch short of 6'1" for your dearly much loved husband Andy, and so forth, which is shorter than that of my friends Mark and Stephen, who are both 6'2", and my good friend Tommy, who's 6'3" of height. And Tommy Gardiner, my friend, who has something in common with the late Tommy Wayman, they both had enormously huge feet. Tommy Gardner, though only 6'3" of height, he had huge size 15 UK, he has huge size 15 UK feet, which equates to 16 US men's. But Tommy Wayman, on the other hand, at 7 foot of height, a full 7 foot, he had huge size 16 UK feet or 17 US men's feet, according to what Deborah did so share with me. So you can make something of that. More likely custom made. I would assume both Tommy Gardiner. I think he's still alive. I haven't heard from him for almost a year now, Tommy Gardiner. But I would imagine the late Tommy Wayman had his shoes custom made or specially made, Zeph. Yes, I would imagine so. My friend Paps, whose brother is 6'6", he has exactly the same size feet as the late Tommy Wayman did, to tell you all things, and yet he's only half a foot shorter than what he was. But you could imagine Tommy Gardiner and Tommy Wayman having their shoes custom made, size, 15 UK, 16 US men's, and 16 UK, 17 US respectively. Imagine that. Yes, Nutmeg, that is canoe feet. Compared to mine, because I'm an 8 UK, and if you want to know what 8 UK is, that's a 9 US men's or a 10 US women's, to tell you all things. I mean, because an 8 UK is 9 US men's, 10 US women's. But to be honest with you, I inherited it through genetics because my father, he's a 9 UK. A 9 UK is 10 US men's or 11 US women's. And my brother's got exactly the same size feet as my dad. And my Uncle Blaze, believe this or not, has the same size feet as my dad. Despite being shorter than I am, he's got bigger feet than what I've got. And, and all that. And my mother, well, she's shorter than I am. Despite not being typically tall in height, she's got size 7 UK feet, which, if you want to know what a 7 equates to UK, it's an 8 US men's or a 9 US women's. My mother, in spite of only being 5'6" of height, she's got 9 US women's feet. 9 US women's is 8 US men's or 7 UK, just to say. And that is actually big for her feet, for her height, to tell you odd things. And plus, she's not got a typically big frame, my mother, for her height. She's fairly small bodily proportions. So you could imagine it would look big on her overall frame. Yes, no, they are interesting, genetics, yes. Very interesting, yes. You're blonde, blue-eyed. Oh, gosh, I imagine you're a beauty, Deborah. In spite of being only in your 60s, I imagine it doesn't stop you being a beauty, being blonde and blue-eyed. But you're Cheyenne, she's brunette, brown-eyed. I'm dark hair, brown-eyed. Well, very dark brown eyes and very dark. A lot of people confuse my hair for being black. Can I tell you something? My hair is not black. My hair is, in fact, dark brown, believe this or not. If you look at it closely, if you see me in person, you'd actually see it's dark brown and not black. And especially when the sun's shining, you could see it's actually dark brown and not fully black, to tell oneself of things. Oh, thank you, Alice. Thank you for saying that. My mother is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. You can't feel... Well, that can't feel good. Your cat decide to lick your face and pull on your head. Oh, God. What a cheeky cat. What a very cheeky cat. Really a well and truly cheeky cat. God. It sounds like she's a little tigress. Nutmeg. Yes, I could imagine so. Yes. Oh, thank you, Jodie. Thank you. No, for those of you who did say that my mother is beautiful, she thanks you all profusely for it. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your compliments towards my mother. I mean, my mother couldn't thank you enough, all of you enough for the compliments towards her. She probably does the paw dance on you to song. Oh, Zeph, that's brilliant. That is truly brilliant. That is well and truly brilliant. All that and so forth. Yes. Bloody hell! I didn't realise the time. Bloody hell! That's Brian Blessed. Bloody hell! How long have we been live? Over 20 minutes past 4 hours. When we get to 4 hours 30, we're going to end the live stream, okay? We're less than 2 minutes before the conclusion of the live stream, everybody. It was initially going to be about 4 hours or 4 hours 15 minutes, but we're nearly 4 hours 30. This is a well and true beaten record, this one. A really well and true beaten record. That much more could certainly be pointed out for this live stream of mine happening in recent times. So one thing I want to say, may I thank you all most sincerely to me. Can I thank you all most sincerely for tuning into the live stream and taking the time to watch it. Don't worry, Zeph, I do get plenty of sleep. As I said before, I typically sleep 6 to 8 hours a day. 6 to 8 hours a day I typically sleep every day. So do be assured I would get enough sleep. But can I thank you all most sincerely for tuning into the live stream most generously? You all really, truly didn't have to, but thank you. Thank you all the same. Oh, lots of great big tightening hugs to you, Alice, and lots of great big tightening hugs to Nutmeg, Zeph, Joy, Jody, Deborah, every one of you on here. Lots of great big tightening hugs to you always. Lots of hugs always. Oh, thank you, Zeph, always, thank you. Yes, thank you, Jody, for the nice things you had to say. Lots of hugs to you always, particularly to Nutmeg, Alice, Zeph, Jody, Nebula, Deborah, all of you who are on here. Thank you, and lovely Joy, thank you. Thank you. Well, the one thing that, as I said before, but I'll say it one more time, the thing Alice is awaiting for, should she and Nutmeg run into each other, nothing but a great big, tightly handheld, tightening grip of a hug from lovely Nutmeg. Yes. Thanks, everybody, all indeed, for watching. Good night, and may your God go with you. Have a good night's sleep, everybody. Sleep well and stay safe, everybody, as Trevor Colt would so cautiously advise. Goodbye, and may your good wishes be bringing you great expectations of happiness. Nutmeg, it's a pleasure always. Goodbye, all. Ta-ta for now.